Hi, Zizaran here with another Everything Explained. If you're new to this series, I'm now going to be doing like a preview as well at the start, showing like the build that we're going to be showcasing. This series is less about the build itself, more about like a generic, like a lot of generic tips, learning Path of Exile. So there will be like loads of useful things here that won't be related to Spellslinger or Volatile Dead, which is the current character that I'm going to be using. I was planning on just making an SSF hardcore character, leveling up with like Spellslinger arc. We'll just do Orb Storms in the start. And yeah, just try to like do a lot of generic tips that'll help people for Harvest and prepare you more for League start. But I had the idea that I could show off the build as well, even though that's not the main focus of the series. So we can show off like what this is. So this is Volatile Dead Spellslinger. And this is what it looks like when it's a bit more like min-maxed and you got everything. So it's a pretty cool build. Especially if you want to just slap balls everywhere. And it's max block, very, very strong, and just kills everything. I'm not going to actually clear the whole map here. I'm just going to run to the boss. Thank you for the 15 months botch. We'll just run to the boss here. Don't even have any flasks. The nice thing about this is that you get to like pre-charge. So pretty decent. This was a level 79 map. No mods, because I'm lazy. But let's actually make the character. There. Spell explain. Teacher, can I go to the bathroom? No. There. So we have nothing. We have nothing because a lot of people have been wondering if this is a good League starter. That's loud, isn't it? There, that's better. And it is. You know what? I feel like I should still get Onslaught from another character. Do I even have a Scion here? Do I even have an Onslaught? Okay, so normally I would make a Scion to get Onslaught. We're just going to cheat. Don't tell anyone that we're doing this, but we're just going to cheat. And buy an Onslaught here. But normally, make a Scion and you get one from the middle chest. I'm telling. Okay, mods take care of that guy. Nobody else tell. Onslaught. There we go. Nobody saw that. It's perfect. Can you explain exactly how Spellslinger works? I'll do that once we get to Spellslinger. I think that'll be a bit more useful. Right, we don't even have a blue green. That's sad. So I am going to be starting with just where's the storm? There. Haven't played PoE in too long. How'd you get the level 58 character? I'm already lost. Don't. Oh, I actually didn't need to buy that. Don't worry about it. It's magic. But yeah, so any just Scion would be good there. There's like no blue, green except the shield, which makes me sad. But I guess we'll just have to survive. I guess I could do that. This is also hopefully going to be a bit quicker than the last one I did. We did a melee one. I think that was like 6 or 7 hours. And it did end up taking more time than I would have hoped. But also, you know, melee, especially in the current stuff, bit slower. Bit slower. Man, I'm really gonna... Oh, I was about to say. So nice when that is unique items. I'm really gonna miss Delirium early on. It was like Act 8 or something now. If I remember right. But yeah, Act 8. So sad. Because it's so nice for racing. It like really, like high risk, high reward. Act 6? Okay, cool. I thought it was Act 8 for some reason. It's so late. I wonder how often we're gonna see it before maps at all. Look at this. We're just not gonna have this anymore. So sad, dude. It would be like a nice rare treat to just get that randomly. So this is a build that I already have like guides and everything for. So we already know that it's something that's very solid, and we are, however, not sure whether it's going to get nerfed in the new patch. Did you just get a fucking unique? No, this is just a regular unique. I don't think it has any like special traits for anything sexual. This is just completely regular unique to the best of my knowledge. It's an Ezomite Peak with a red socket. Here we have an Ezomite Peak with a blue socket. And the Luctonial Gauntlets featuring a red and a green socket. excellent choice game. I'm sure you could shove it in places. This stream is now rated PG-18. But yeah. So, we're just gonna like move through here, and this isn't everything explained. So what we're gonna try to do is explain the majority of things I do, especially with like items and stuff like that. It's not like super pre-planned, so they do end up fairly different each time with a lot of random tips. Now currently in our itemization, the only thing we're gonna like choice-wise, you know, we're gonna put on all the blue and rare stuff we find early on, but we're not gonna put on a chest, and that's because that gives you a movement penalty. And now, some people might already be asking, Sis, like, you haven't said anything, but why are you going straight to Mudflats and Submerged, and not directly for Hail Rake, which gives a Quicksilver Flask? Well, that's because when we're doing it in this order, when you go to Submerged first, you get to do all your like quests at the same time, so you don't have to go back twice. So like Submerged back, and then Hail Rake back. You only go back once. And while that might seem a little bit like trying a bit too hard, it is extremely useful in a racing scenario and stuff like that to like limit how often you go back to time. And that's like, it ends up slowing a lot of people down going back like a lot of the time. So it is nice habit to develop anyway, even if you're not racing. And then I get like, I'm gonna get Frost Bomb, Orb of Storms, Frost Blink. A lot of nice stuff. We're just gonna pick up everything here and vendor it. Get some wisdom scrolls. And if I die during this playthrough, we will just continue on software, because we don't have a lot of time at the moment. Something we are quickly running out on. Now, these do need to be ID to be vendored. The others don't. Let's see, and we are very low on wisdoms already. I will actually ID the luck toenails, because they're nice. So we really wanted a blue, green here. But at least it's a 3-link. I'm not really sure I want to risk. We should need a lot more wisdoms. See if there's a blue, green from the vendor here. The reason we want that is just for the onslaught. And then we have like something added lightning later. Still don't have one. Don't really want to use a chrome on that. So I guess we'll just suffer. Or risk it. That was not worth it. Don't do what I do. Okay, you know what? That's a future chrome. Let's see. Let us sell some transmutes, get the wisdoms that I deserve. Then we're going to buy... We need Swift Assembly. I'd actually need another blue-green too. There's no blue-greens for sale. Terrible! Terrible luck here. I really no like... Yes. No, we're just gonna have to suffer. So we want Swift Assembly for the Stormblast Mine. So like the build itself doesn't really come online until level 28 when you get Spellslinger. You don't have the scrolls from the mule? That is true. Usually we have 3 extra wisdom scrolls from muling with a scion. And if you don't know what muling is, that's when you make a character just to buy some like early game specific spell gems. So yeah, in this case that would be... We don't need that. That would be the onslaught, and then we also get some additional wisdoms. Let's see there. Frostbling with the arcane surge. Frost bomb with the onslaught. Thank you, Pedro. Appreciate it. Let's see there. We'll throw in that there and just have Orb of Storms, because we're going to be switching to that later. Yeah, that looks good. Vendor skill gems for wisdoms. We actually want those later for using with iron rings. Surprisingly. To turn those iron rings. So I'm not gonna do a ton of delirium while leveling, because Harvest feels a little bit like a league that isn't going to drop a ton of stuff. So I'll probably just do it like every few zones, because I can see myself doing Harvest while leveling, but it generally looks like a league that's more all about the crafting and not so much about loot explosions that we've been used to. Shield, no really point on getting it. I really want dual wield for the cast speed bonus that dual wielding gives. But yeah, so we're just like running through here now. Oh, nice, K9. That's awesome. Wriggle it. Harvest is my first season. Should I be scared? Very. Because the start of seasons are sometimes riddled with bugs, and that's not fun. But no, I have a lot of faith. I have a lot of faith in Harvest just because of Vulcan just being released. So assuming like, oh shit, maybe there's going to be loads of bugs around Vulcan. But Vulcan is a new renderer that just came out for Path of Exile, which you can already enable. It is like in the beta stages. But for most people are seeing a huge increase in performance due to that. So normally these runs are quite a lot slower than normal. So this is actually something I was recommending quite a lot during Delirium. But yeah, the runs are quite a lot slower than normal. So this run is like quite a lot slower than normal because I try to explain everything. Now, one of the good things about Delirium, which I recommended quite a lot and did in a few races myself, is that you can farm a Tabitha very early. Now, normally you do actually want to farm it before a ledge. You will want to, around when you get ledge, go back to coast, mudflats, or submerged and farm it there. And some people are going to be like, well, why? Why don't I just farm it in Blood Aqueduct? Well, there's a couple of reasons for that. So Blood Aqueduct has been nerfed quite severely. So for a fast player, especially with a little bit of luck, you could farm a Tabitha in like, if you're lucky, 40 minutes, but around like 1 hour, 20 minutes, fairly like regularly. However, now it's more like between 2 and 6 hours depending on your speed, which is quite a lot more time, right? So that's a little bit uncomfortable. A little bit unfortunate there, but that is the reality we live in. So something that's really nice in Delirium is that you do get that Delirium tab where you get the uniques, right? And that is really strong. So why do we want to like go so early to farm it? Well, early on there's barely any uniques that can drop. You have the Tabitha, you have the 1000 ribbons, you have a Nocturnal Caress, which I currently have, and we have the career ward, right? There's so few uniques that can drop. So when you are just like farming 3-4 uniques every run, there's a massive chance that one of those uniques is Tabitha. So I would say in Delirium, especially if you're very quick and farming like literally just running to it, logging out, running to it, logging out, then yeah, it's around like 40 minutes on average probably to farm a Tabitha. But yeah, and Gold Rim and Wanderlust. And a lot of these things are pretty useful to get early. Sadly, Life Sprig, not really a good unique anymore because it's socketed gems get +1 level. So not really something many people use anymore. In my opinion, Life Sprig should be buffed to be +1 all gems, not just socketed. I think that would actually make it used again. But right now, not so good. So there's no need to like go back all the time, and there's also a lot of side quests that we're not going to be doing. So for example, the only side quest that we've skipped so far and not done so far is we haven't done the Fetid Pool, and we have currently not done Submerged Passage. I usually do that around the same time as Fairgraves. You'll see a lot of speedrunners and racers skip that early on. Normally, that's just to be on high on the ladder and not for like a huge speed advantage. The only advantage is things like skipping the trial early on and coming back when you have a better movement skill. So for example, Flame Dash later on is obviously a lot better for just dashing through everything. And that can like, you don't like lose any time by leaving that till later. Most of the time, most trials are done as you find them. What are the spells you're going to be using swapping to Spellslinger? I am going to be using Arc and stuff. That's what I usually level with. I think it's like pretty fun for leveling. But you can use Volatile Dead Desecrate Spellslinger pretty much from the get-go. Something that's so strong with Spellslinger is that it really doesn't need a 6-thing early on. So when I did this as my league starter, I didn't even bother farming a Tabula. It's just so powerful, and the fact that you can like keep them just in different slots and a 4-link is really powerful, really cool. But we'll go over like a big segment sort of when we actually get to Spellslinger. So now I'm already gonna start switching to Orb of Storms, and I probably already should have done a vendor recipe that I'll teach you about in a second. No, not really. Sorry. So where do we farm Tabula next league? Most likely Blood Aqueduct if you really want one. It is a bit of a chore, But we don't know if Harvest is really going to drop that. It really doesn't strike me as something that's going to drop stuff early on. What's the difference between low life and CI builds? Low life is when you reserve so that you have 35% life or less left. Oh. And then CI is a node that removes all of your life and puts you like you're only scaling energy shield. And then on low life it's generally more damage, a bit less defense, and you get more auras. Because you can reserve like 1 or 2, sometimes 3 or 4. It depends a little bit how much like reduced reservation you have in your build. You are dead, sir. Right, let's see. Let's pick up everything because we are about to use a lot. Also, early on at least, be very careful with logging out to save portal scrolls because there might be a queue at this point. Toten, thank you for the 5-month resub. Right, let's see. We'll grab that in a second. We'll ID those for alterations. Then we're going to sell out a lot of things. We can use that early on. That's the nice thing about Delirium. You get so many uniques early on. Blue, blue, blue is quite nice, but not really what I want to keep right now. Let's see. And even those are ones, they don't really have any good sockets. We don't care about using them. Really annoying and like unlucky with sockets at this point. We're going to buy a Jade Amulet. See, and I normally like try to craft a damage one by now, but we don't have any links. You know, you never ever farm humility in Aqueduct. Way worse drop rate. Tell the new players to go to character selection instead of logging out so you don't get Q hit. So I actually don't like that advice. The reason for that is because several times at a new league I have crashed when trying to log out to the character selection. So in theory, it is great advice. I have crashed 3 times at league start when trying to exit to character selection. So I no longer give that advice to people. I really wish I had a blue, blue, green just to like demonstrate stuff. Because you usually have one by now. Also, you know what? And we can do this as a great example. Because this is a good thing to learn. So something I do quite a lot at league starts. And I usually have a mule. So let's just like say we're making a Scion, right? And this gives us another chance for blue, blue, green. But one of the things that's like really quite likely is that you can get plus gems. Like you can get ones from the vendor that will have plus gem levels. It's very, very common. And the lower level, so especially when they're item level 2, and I'll show how you see item level and stuff once we get to the vendor. It's a lot more likely than on a higher level character. Now, especially if you're doing this just to like check the vendor, like the level 2, level 3 vendor, a lot, then Shadow, I think, is the fastest Hillock killer right now. Whereas Scion, kind of annoying. It's actually not very smooth Hillock kills at all, and I could see new players dying to Hillock without even trying. Great Protector, thank you for the 26 months. Spellslinger is great at bosses. A lot better for clearing. It's not like the best bosser, but it is pretty great at it. Each character has its own store. Yeah, and the store resets. The store resets when you level up. Died yesterday during my practice 3 times as a Scion. Right, so you get a few extra items here as well. And then we get the vendor. It's the best league starter dedicated boss killer for group play. No idea. Past notes aren't out yet. That's why we're going to be very, very generic with all the tips and stuff that we give. Right, so we did get a blue, blue, blue. We don't have a blue, 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 green. Sorry, a blue, blue, green. However, we can at least check the other vendor here as well. Just vendor everything else. Maybe we'll get a blue, blue, green. I would even like almost do a chest. I wish I had a fusing. That's just a scepter. That doesn't help me. This is horrible. Well, usually you'll get one by now. At least we have 3 chromes. There is boots. Am I just blind? Fantastic. I am just blind. Excellent. Thanks, chat. Thanks, chat. Carried by chat. So that'll do. And then I can show the recipe on that blue, blue, blue one. Because we don't necessarily need blue, blue, green on the one. Blue, blue, blue is fine. Let's see if I remember the recipe without doing anything. That'd be useful. It needs to be blue. That's important. And then we need a topaz ring. So early on, you might like not have a topaz ring. So what you do is you vendor a green skill gem, any green skill gem, and that's why we picked that one from the quest. And then you get a topaz ring. Now this isn't something that we can use ourselves this early, but this is an extremely useful recipe. And this will become more powerful if the topaz ring is blue and if the topaz ring is rare. So unlike the melee recipe where it has to be blue or rare, that's probably why I was like, why isn't it working with a white one? But yeah, the spell recipe that I'm about to show you works with white, blue, or rare. Normal, yeah, whatever. You get it. So what this does is 1 to 22 lightning damage to spells, which is a lot, and we're going to see a huge increase in our damage just by that, because we don't have that much flat added damage to spells. And I will show how to show item level and things like that early on as well, because I'm going to try to explain everything. So if you look here, advanced mod description, it's in the user interface almost at the bottom. And what that does is that it'll show a lot more stuff. So here it'll say prefix modifier, buzzing, tier 8. It'll also say the item level. And this one is item level 3. And yeah, the lower the item level is, as long as it's above 1, I'm pretty sure it's item level 2 requirement to get +1 gem level. Item fail, thank you for the 37 months. And Civicus, thank you for the 20 months. So ideally we do want 2 of these pretty early on, but 1 is definitely enough for now. And we're going to switch to the blue-green boots here, and then we can grab our added lightning from the prison reward. Then we have Orb of Storms, added lightning, and Onslaught. Onslaught is really great early on. You really want a lot of damage. Do we have a blue? Maybe what we do... I really don't want to. I really want a blue-green, so we get our, well, we could go level up real quick and then show that the store, resets and just go back to town after. Gagcree, thank you for the 16 months, and Orlano, thank you for the 33 months. Do you ever augment the leveling one to test your luck? That's an excellent question and something I would have forgotten to bring up. So, no, and the reason you don't is because, once you get the... Is it at level 12? I can't remember exactly when you get it, but once you get the resist craft recipe, then you can craft fire resist or cold or lightning on your ones. And that is like pretty great early on. There, we'll just get one more essence. That's like particularly nice for throwing on boots early on if you do get essences. A lot of people might be like, oh, well, can I throw them on my one to try to get a great one? Most of the time, when I throw essences on ones, they just end up with shit and they very rarely get spell damage. Or flat added to spells. Knight, thank you for the tier 1 sub. But I will throw it here. We didn't get movement speed, which is the main thing we want. That's sad. Frostbling isn't bad to keep because it like does help you kill things, but yeah, not always worth it. So we still don't have a blue-green. There's no other 3-link than this. It's annoying. Well, we'll buy this for now. We'll sell this for a chrome again. Because the reason we want this is so that we get Stormblast Mine with Swift Assembly. And it helps a lot on your damage. It's extremely noticeable. And obviously you do ideally want... like actually, if you're leveling slower, taking your time, picking up a lot of stuff, and getting... let's see, let's identify that and just get some more alteration starts. Like if you have like say like 3 or 4 transmutes by now, 2 or 3 ults by now, you've picked up a lot of transmutes and stuff like that, then you could do Stormblast Mine, Swift Assembly, and add a lightning early too, and that'll be like great single target. Let's see. So we're just gonna sell some scrolls here, get some wisdoms, because we don't have any. Then we can ID this, which is great. Usually don't talk about it this early, but bubbling and seething, so like the half instant or instant on your flask is extremely good for survival. Oh, you know what I almost forgot was thingy. I almost forgot smoke mine. There we go. So now that we get to the next one, we're actually going to do Fairgraves, and we'll go back and go submerged. There's no like, the only thing that we gain by like skipping it and doing it later is that we'll clear it a lot faster. And a lot of people do like skip these. Some leave it until the wave forward and do all three then. Just determines a little bit on like preference. And how high you are on the ladder and how much you want to fall behind. Thanks, Will. Did we forget the timer for this session? Yes. Yes, we did. We did forget the timer. I completely forgot to start it, and I also forgot to show it. I'm not sure how deep in we are, but it's not really super important. We are going to hopefully be slower than the melee playthrough on this. So it'll definitely be slowed down over normal though, because it does like, it's harder to try to explain everything, or like the majority. Obviously I can't explain everything, but we do try to explain a lot of things. Hey Shraya, what's up? The Vol area isn't worth doing as a starter. There are some times that I will do it, like on melee characters. There's no Vol skill that could drop that would really benefit me right now, except Vol Molten Shell, which I'm not even sure can... No, it should be able to drop already. Vol Molten Shell would be like the nice thing that could drop early, because it makes you, once you have a Granite Flask, fairly immortal, I would say. Let's see, let's get Smoke Mine. There, we have that. This might take some getting used to, and like just using Flame Dash is completely fine, but using both is a lot faster, so I will demonstrate that as well. Crafted Tabitha, pretty high drop chance. Yeah, the vanity cards aren't bad, but I feel like I rarely ever farm a set of that, to be honest. Let's see, we'll go to get that. So what I'm doing now, I have my spacebar is Smoke Mine, and then after... right after smoke mining, I also fire up my Flame Dash. The reason we're doing it like this is because there is a... let's see, I have 2 charges of Flame Dash, I'll show you. If I cast 1 Flame Dash, you'll see that it's instant. Alright, if I'm casting 2, there's a cast time on the second one. So there's like a 0.3 kind of cooldown, 0.3 second cooldown after you do a movement skill. However, casting the smoke mine counts as that and not the detonating part. So you can sort of go 2 instant movement skill casts in a row, and it obviously Smoke Mine gives you movement speed penalties, and this is like sort of the speedrunner meta at the moment. Yeah, you do need to detonate the mine after, and that's why it's a little bit uncomfortable to use, and why it's perfectly fine to use just Flame Dash. Later on, when you get second wind, Dash is really nice as well. And I actually don't need and don't have Flame Dash on my bar at the moment, so that is on my second bar. You don't actually need control to be able to trigger that, which a lot of people don't realize. So my hotkey on the second bar for Flame Dash is mouse button 5. So as long as the hotkey is there, it doesn't actually need a trigger like control. This guy doesn't need to be killed to do this side quest as well. And generally, we're only going to be doing side quests that give you skill points while leveling up. Farming Val side areas is good on like builds, especially where you need 2 or 3 Val gems. Chasing down 1 in particular can be a bit annoying sometimes. But I usually start doing them once I get level 50. Sorry, the Val areas are level 50. Because then they can drop 6 things. At a fairly high ratio. Probably 1 in 20, 1 in 30. But it's very, very likely. They will be corrupted. And then you can just like recolor them in your crafting bench at the cost of Val orbs. If you find one really early, you probably aren't going to have 4 Val orbs or the Del recipe to recolor them. But yeah, it's super worth it. Level 50 to drop 6 things. What's the point to do the same thing like 99% of the players? Don't you want to be an person? I mean, different between you and at the moment is different face. Not quite sure I understand the question there. If you want to elaborate, I am happy to answer it. Happy to answer it. But yeah, level 50. So now we're doing both the side quests here, and then we're gonna go and kill Merveil. The hell is that question? I'm not sure. That's why I asked for clarification. How long is it going to be all the way today? Usually I stop these in Act 9 because there's not much that like changes there. Like, for example, on Hardcore, you would normally farm Act 9 Blood Aqueduct for 1 or 2 hours. At least get like level 65 if you don't need a Tabitha. And then I'm now going to do a separate endgame playthrough for the Everything Explained. So I think that is on Tuesday Tuesday 10 p.m. that everything explained from like Kitava and Maps is going to be. It's probably about following meta builds and the speedrunning meta. Well, usually I'm one of the people that like make the meta there. Usually. Let's see. So we don't need anything here. We'll grab Arc for later. We're not going to like use anything at the moment. Arc isn't bad for triggering our Orb Storms as well. Is the axe crafting useful for claws? Yeah, for fist claws, 100%. You would probably just follow a minion guide and like they would, if it's a good guide, like instruct you exactly what you should be doing. I quite like rushing Elemental Overload at the moment, and then we go Dark Arts after. But Elemental Overload, now that like a lot of the early skills like Orb Storms and stuff got nerfed, that can be quite nice. There, let's remove those. We got both, I think. Unless I'm not senile, I think. Rush and go maps and buy a Tabula. It depends on your build. So for example, in a Spellslinger build like the one we're on now, you don't need a Tabula at all. Most of the times when I was playing one, I ran straight to maps. And Tabula is very, very common as a drop, just while playing at a high pace. So, and buying humility cards from other players as well is completely fine on a build like that. Okay, thanks for the 3 months. So it just completely depends on your build. But obviously they've nerfed the drop rate so much that a lot of people skip Blood Aqueduct now. Do you think this build will get nerfed? I think Volatile Dead is very, very likely to get nerfed. But that doesn't mean that it's unusable. I think a very, very common trend in Path of Exile is that if something is nerfed 5%, a lot of people will be like, well, it said in the patch note it got nerfed, dead build. And a lot of people end up being very, very surprised when it's still the strongest build in the game afterwards. They're like, why are you playing a build that got nerfed and how is it so strong still? It's like, well, it got nerfed like 3%. It was, before, it was the strongest build by 160%. Now it's the strongest build by 155%. So, and that ends up happening a lot. Did I miss something? What's up? What did you miss? Did we have an accident? I'm not sure what you mean. That was zombies in Blight? Yeah, exactly. Is Winter Orb still playable? Winter Orb at the moment is a very, very like great with expensive skills. Do you think they should have a guaranteed way for 6-things for most players if they're going to nerf the drop rate? No, not at all. So we're just doing Merveil now. Merveil is a lot harder now and probably kills quite a lot of new players. I can see a lot of people dying like 30-40 times when they're new to the game to Merveil. Imagine running in here with like a 1-link split arrow and you're still using like a short bow or something. That must not feel very fun at all. That will not fun at all. I don't think Cyclone's gonna get nerfed at all. Yeah, 6-thing Footail's super worth for both characters. Thanks, Mighty Fish. Appreciate it, dude. So we did get a decoy totem from this character. If you're new to hardcore, getting like a Templar or Marauder to buy decoy totem once you do submerge can be like really, really worth because it trivializes a lot of the boss fights. It works, decoy totem works on pretty much everything in the game. I think it even works on like Awakener still. So yeah, incredibly strong. Mighty Fish, thank you for the 9 months. Tex, thank you for the 3 years, dude. I usually do VD and DD. I've been combining Volatile Dead and Detonated for my starter. But for the new league, no idea. We'll try to keep everything fairly generic today. For as much as we can. There, we have Arc, which we can start leveling. We're not really going to use yet. It's 16 for Spellslinger, right? Not 28. I'm pretty sure it's 16. It just like feels like something that you shouldn't get all the way until 28. Pretty sure it's 16. 24? I'm like mixing it with stuff. Yeah, it is like 3. So we'll keep all the like Spellslinger stuff until then, and then we'll explain exactly how it works. Ah, yeah, that's it. Desecrate is 16. We don't really need to buy and level, because the level on that for what we're going to be doing early doesn't matter. Later on, I do quite like doing Volatile Dead and Detonate Dead. Cremation isn't bad either. That interaction in particular, where you're using multiple corpse things, is getting buffed in Harvest. But also because there is a corpse node coming to the skill tree, that is also a fairly like good indication that something might get nerfed. Will you be streaming until maps? So this is probably going to be ending around Act 9. And then I'll continue either the melee character or this and do maps while waiting for the patch notes. So I'll be like streaming on Tuesday or Wednesday, whatever it is, while waiting for the patch notes. We'll just be doing and everything explained. Oh, completely right. Yes, we need to go back and do Den. I usually got a bit carried away explaining stuff there. We usually put a portal outside the Den so that once we get to the waypoint, we can save time by not backtracking. Which I didn't do now, so now we're actually gonna have to waste time backtracking a little bit. Hopefully not too much. There's a video on that going up on YouTube and Yellow. The news atlas is not out yet. We don't know if there's like anything being changed. We got pretty lucky here with the Den location, so we didn't lose much time. But the reason we're doing the Den is that that has a guaranteed Quicksilver as a reward. So if you're not a character that has like insanely fast, like for example, like leap slam, like you could do on a gladiator, with the speed charges, like we showed in the last everything explained, then having 2 Quicksilvers is super worth. It's generally worth it for most things early on. If you want to play a more casual Spellslinger build with other builds, is there a guide for what support gems I use when only supporting a spell with 1 or 2 supports? There probably is a horde of Spellslinger builds. Like, I know I've been leveling with Arc, and that would be super powerful for most things except like bossing. Very, very good like clearing build. There. Pick up some more blues, and then we log out, and we go get our Quicksilver. I only found out this gave Quicksilver like 7 years. Oh, nice. See, we don't need any of this. We'll ID the 1 and see if it's something good. That is okay, but yeah, I really should use that. I just don't have any links. We could throw our 1 jeweler on and hope. If I can get a green blue on it, I'll use it. That's annoying. Can I get like anything else? Helmet would be nice. I hate everything. Damn it. Okay. Anyway, we will suffer on. That is actually a fairly good one. We'll vendor those, get some wisdoms. Always hope for adrenaline here would be the best roll you could get. There's a chrome in the store. The other vendor probably. What's this? No +1 gems who just checked their... Nice friendly gamer guy. That's awesome. Where is the chrome? There. Okay, we'll do it. We'll do it. One last try. I did not get it. And I don't want to use the shield. Don't want to use the shield. So now we have Elemental Overload, and then we're going towards there. And this is like a very, very like standard thing for a lot of casters to go early. Rushing Elemental Overload and then going Dark Arts. Very standard for like a lot of builds. Although, maybe I don't go Dark Arts now. That would save us some regrets, because we're not going to do it later. We'll be using a shield very early on, because dual wielding is pointless for Spellslinger. So I think even though it is like nice until we get Spellslinger, we're going to skip it just to save some regrets. What's your take on the Chaos Spellslinger stuff? Seems like a strong start for Trickster. Yeah, I've heard good things about it, but I haven't tried it myself. Perfect music for the boss. Yeah, we'll do it later. And then we're gonna go straight for like Sovereignty. That's actually very nice for Spellslinger. Ow. Come here. Now normally if you have like 2 crafted ones like the one we did make earlier, all the early game bosses are extremely fast. What are the pros and cons of VD? Honestly, it's a very, very powerful build. It's cheap. It smashes pretty much everything. Extremely good build. There must be some blue, blue, green here. Green, green, blue chest. That'd be like almost tempting to wear. You know what? I could do that. Let's get a wisdom and do that. Just sell my portals. There. And then goodbye, Crown of Thorns. Just to do this. And then Arc we can just have there for now. There, now we have a decent amount of damage. We don't need more chromes, it's fine. Do you think Herald of Agni Mana Garden is going to get nerfed again next thing? I have no idea. I usually don't bother or care too much about making a lot of predictions. Because most of the time, we're all wrong with Passion's predictions. I think I've been hoping Mana Guardian is going to get nerfed for 11 leagues now, and it still hasn't happened. So, you know what? Predicting patch notes, entirely pointless waste of my time that could be used for other things. I'm gonna play the shit out of some brands. I am very worried about brands. I'm really worried that they're not gonna like feel good anymore. That's like probably what I'm the most worried about. But we'll see. This is why we wait. There. Dead and Doom Shrine. Where's the... Oh, I already have the waypoint. Went fast, so we didn't even notice it. Does it work with Shadow? Well, I mean, you're always going to be better to like find a specific guide. But I'm not sure why you specifically want to be Shadow. Right, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break and open a window because it's crazy warm here. Which is weird because it's 11. You'd think you'd be pretty chill. Didn't Chris confirm the nerf this thing? No. Not for Guardian. I will be right back. What's your motivation to do PoE guides? Give me 1 second and I'll explain it. Baby shark do 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 do. Alright, let's see. Yeah, we're just gonna remove that. Local streamer unexposed. Does this job for money? More at 11. Yeah, so somebody asked like why I make videos. So it started out that I made videos because I started getting so many questions. And I was like, this is really annoying. People are asking me about this build, about that build, and it's kind of annoying. I don't want to like spend all my day answering questions. I just want to like tell stories, play games, and have fun. So I was like, I know what I'll do. I'll start creating guides. This started with, for example, making like the guide of like how to make like 30 to 106 things a day in Tempest. And I was like, this will make people stop asking me questions. It didn't. It made people ask me a lot more questions. And then I was like, well, and specifically about other things. They were like, hey, I saw your guide on how to make like 106 things a day in Tempest. can I ask you about your build? I was like, I'll make a video about my build. And this just kept backfiring. So yeah, kind of annoying. But no, I mean, like, it's a nice way to like stay relevant, make good content for people, help people, and like obviously, like, business wise, like, a lot of people do subscribe and support the channel just because of the beginner guides and other content like that I put out. So obviously that is a big part of it as well. Like, this is my full-time job and what I do for a living. But you kept making videos and now you're totally fucked? Yeah, but I mean, it is also like a great and important part of my brand, helping people. So it's not all bad. It is pretty good. There. And again, chests not worn early by most people that are running fast because, yeah, you don't wanna slow down. It's me. It's all good. Questions about why you make videos? I know. That is the next level. See, we'll go do Oak real quick. Now, helping Alira early on is amazing on hardcore on nearly every build. And then you can change later with selling 20 regrets to the vendor accompanied with a Onyx amulet, and that would give you, for example, skill points. And you only ever do Alira or skill points. You never ever help Oak, you never ever help Creighton. Just apparently fuck those, and they don't have good rewards. So that's the sad reality we live in. And a lot of people take them on League Start for the like early mana regen, and also I have forgotten Heralds, I just realized, and what else? And the resist. Getting rest capped early. How do you come back from a very unlucky League Start? Talking like no blue, green, 1, no alterations, no. So, honestly, no matter what happens at a League Start, it really doesn't matter. If you're like, say you're racing, right? You're trying to be first at 100. Whatever happens on day 1, even if you die, it doesn't matter at all. That's why it's always better to stay a lot safer and just like avoid dying than to try to be rank 1. I don't think there's ever been a league that has been won by whoever was rank 1 at the end of day 1. I don't think that's ever happened. Most of the time, whoever's rank 1 has died like 2 or 3 times. Or was just like really slow and everybody else died. Those are like very common occurrences. So people, the main reason why people push so hard early on is because particularly like Twitch viewers and stuff will really love seeing a streamer rank 1. Like I do too, and it is cool being rank 1, don't get me wrong. It's just not particularly useful in the long scheme of things. I definitely do too. If I'm rank 1, I will be skipping like skill point quests and stuff, because I know like a lot of people like seeing that. Steel never died, just went slow and steady. No, Steel's died a lot, and Steel has died several times and still won the race. Let's see. I feel like am I done Fidelitas? Am I like, oh no, I'm like a super Pepega. This is a really weird way to do things. I got like carried away because like we skipped the Den quest. Anyway, a nice tip here, the waypoint will always indicate the direction. So when you see the waypoint like this, we know that this is where the staircase is going to be. Spiking, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Lord Nazir, thank you for the 14 months. And like all the gems, people always ask about like what gems not to level and what gems to level. For this build, like there's only trigger gems that you ever don't level. And sometimes you could end up having like low stats to use some skill gems like dexterity or strength. That would be another thing, but yeah, for this build, just like level everything. When is it fun to do PoE guides and when is it not? Well, it's quite a lot of work, especially for League Start. So normally, while a lot of people are like, wow, you do so crazy hours for League Start. I actually do crazy hours before League Start. We have like a team of 7 people now that are doing like League Start videos. So as soon as patch notes come out, we get to work and we start doing like pretty long sessions of like making videos. And obviously like the way we do our starter trees take a lot of work because they're so beginner friendly, and do it like step by step. There's a lot of notes showing like exactly where every skill gem is bought, and a lot of things just geared to making it an easier experience for new players. Yeah, by now. Any tips on switching to low life for the League Start? It's very hard, and you're gonna need like a lot of gear. It's all about having enough energy shield gear and then calculating and seeing that you're gonna have enough energy shield in Path of Building before making the switch. But we don't even know if that build's gonna be viable next thing. Do you think TDD should be more rewarding to people finishing top 3 in the hardcore ladder? No. Not necessarily. I mean, I think that's always gonna be up to the community. You get a blue, blue, green there, but... What does your damage work here? That's a great question. I probably could explain that a little bit earlier as well. So right now, I'm throwing down Orb of Storms, and Orb of Storms doesn't fire very quickly on its own, but it does... Damn, I kind of want one more green socket. You know what? I can probably get a green here. There we go. But it does fire faster every time something is like activated inside its radius. So when I'm like activating the Stormblast Mines, Orb of Storms will like keep firing, which is pretty great. Now, we have Herald of Ice and Herald of Thunder now. They're only good until level 24 when we get Spellslinger. Once we have that, then this doesn't matter anymore. How do you aim to make your caster characters tanky? So, Necromancer is a big part of that for this character. You end up very, very easily block capping, especially in Harvest, and why I have a lot of faith in like this build should hopefully be pretty good still, even if it does get nerfed, and that is because glancing blows is going to be on the tree now, which is a really, really important component in getting block capped early on, which can be a very, very good defense. How do you get trigger socketed gem on a league start? You don't. Is a lot of unveiling on item level 75 betrayal stuff to get it. Very annoying to get on league start, especially on solo self-on. I'll be using Arc for leveling. Do you think Blade Vortex Elementalist is still something after all this time? Yeah, it's decent. It's okay. There. Got some portals. We got the 2 skill points. Then we got that for later. Doesn't really matter if you go here. We're like... Early on, this build like shreds everything. But you could take the... You're probably better off taking Sovereignty 6 levels later, to be honest. So around level 24 instead. But as you can see, it doesn't really matter. At the moment, just running around killing everything. But yeah, if I just leave Orb of Storms here, you see that it isn't doing that much. It kills most things, but then whenever I throw Stormblast Mines on it, it'll trigger a lot more. How high can I get my host for 200 melee buffing in Harvest? Well, like they're increasing the base damage of melee, so that sounds really great. There's a lot coming for melee there, and then all the new war cries are really good. The problem is that it's still slow attacks, and I have a hard time imagining that is going to be better than fast attack. I can see what I can see happening is that since they're buffing melee and 200 so much, that a lot of these things, even though they might not be specifically intended for dual wield, it'll still might just make dual wielding more powerful. And seeing as speed, especially for like the level 100 race, is just so important. I think we'll still see dual wielding being very much a part of the meta. Especially because, yeah, just attack speed for leap slamming and things like that. But it'll be interesting to see. EQ Jug is back, we can hope. That'd be fun. I think what I'm very, very worried about is it's going to be hard to compete against Spellslinger and Essence Drain Contagion for like racing in particular. Okay, now we're just waiting for the Weaver, then she's dead as soon as she comes down. Easy. I always thought it was weird that the monsters don't give at least a little bit of XP. Maybe until like a limited time for Weaver. But yeah, so we've done the skill point, we've done the skill point quest the way forward. We don't need to do the golden hand job. There's like no reason for us to do that. There, let's see, and we can go back and buy gems here later. Yeah, Slugger. Samurai, thank you for the Twitch Prime. And I'll try to like avoid answering questions that I've already answered earlier. So if somebody sees something that I've already answered, feel free to help out and repeat the answer to them. It would help a lot. Not even for the memes. But yeah, so now we're just gonna go kill Val, and then we are very, very soon getting Spellslinger. Now, Spellslinger is a pretty cool thing because it, like, what it does is that it reserves your aura, or sorry, reserves your mana, and then lets you trigger. It lets you trigger the spells that you have reserved whenever you do even an auto attack or any one attack. So default attack, frenzy, power siphon, anything like that. Frenzy is very, very often used just because you use your frenzy charges. And then later you can use barrage support on it. Isn't using the log macro bad during league start because you get caught in league timer? Yes. Normally you don't log out during league start. Somewhere around the time when racers are starting to get to Val, or sometimes a little bit before, the queue is already gone, and very early you'll see people saying, hey, queue is gone. There's no queue. That happens very early. So we're actually very lucky on Path of Exile compared to other games. No, I don't think they're limited to two-handed only. It's just a lot of the things that they're adding is about like exerting your attacks and things that have like 2 or 3 second cooldowns, whereas on like dual wield speed setups you probably have done 3 or 4 attacks in 3 seconds. Whereas like Earthquake, if for example the Fist of War has like a 2 or 3 second cooldown, then maybe that's up every time you do an Earthquake, right? Whereas if you're doing Earthquake while dual wielding, then it's going to be up every 3rd attack. So you're going to see a lot larger benefit for slow two-handers. And that's what they're trying to do. And honestly, I think it has a lot of potential as a damage thing. Just not so much as a speedrunning thing. And that's completely fine, because that's a very small subset of people that are doing that. So I haven't like fully decided what I'm doing as my league starter yet. Obviously that needs to wait until the patch notes. A lot of the time I end up with something like Essence Drain or Spellslinger with the current meta. Just you generally want to do whatever gives you the best advantage if you want to win. You don't want to race in a bathtub. Do you feel the progression of PoE has overall helped or hurt the casual player experience? I think the early game is way too hard right now. I generally prefer difficult games for myself, but I also think that for a game like Path of Exile, it should scale fairly linearly in difficulty. I think especially Merveil is a terrible experience for new players right now. And I bet you if they share the graph of how many people quit after Merveil, I think that is, or don't even get to Merveil or like die at Merveil, I think that is a large amount of players right now. An insanely large amount of players. Like, even as a racer, Merveil is a bit of a pain, and that's on like a 3-link with a crafted 1. So if you are, imagine you're a new player, you're playing Path of Exile for the first time, you go in there with a 1-link, you don't have the great weapon, maybe you've put all your points into int because somebody's trolling you with that, right? Like, we're going in with optimal builds, and it's still like, it's a fight now. So if you're a new player, that could be a terrible, terrible fight, right? Do you mean hardcore players? No. Like, it's very, very off-putting for a new player to a game to just die over and over again. Like, you might be thinking, well, they can just, like, corpse run her down. But she does have energy shield, and if you're very, like, you see that her HP is basically not moving, that can easily make someone quit the game. So the early game should be a lot easier, in my opinion. There's no need for Merveil and Brutus and Val to be difficult fights at all. There's, like, literally no need. It doesn't add or benefit the game in any way. Like, I would love seeing endgame fights like Owl or Uber Elder or Azir being way harder. That's completely fine because the players already know the game by then, and could like know what to expect. Like, having a couple of really hard fights at the end game is completely fine. And even like, you know, as you get to maps and stuff. But starting players out with just shitting on them, especially when that isn't the type of game the Path of Exile is. This isn't Cuphead. It's not Dark Souls. And that type of game, so I'm not a big fan of that. Turiel is the big noob killer. So, we don't have like any like instant flasks or anything like that yet. Besides the level 6, which is obviously like fallen off quite a lot. It's not going to like save us massively. I usually don't try very hard for potions until between 24 and 30. Then I do start like transmuting, and if I have a big surplus of alterations, start rolling for that as well. Obviously it doesn't matter so much if you're a softcore player, but it can save your life a lot if you're in hardcore. Now having a 3-linked Stormblast mine here does make Vol a very, very fast skill, but we don't have that. Vol used to be the toughest fight in the game. He did. He did. Used to one-shot everyone. Back in the day. No idea, ultimate. Harder early bosses make for better races, but then you can have that as a custom racing mode. Ah. Ah! I hate everything. Right, we're just gonna continue on softcore. That wasn't exactly planned, but hey, it doesn't usually happen. So now we gotta rerun the Walk of Shame. 2 Goblin thing for the tier 1 sub is really funny because I was bullying Nugian earlier today because he died, and I started asking in his chat, so Nugian, how come you stopped playing hardcore? Was it a hard decision and stuff like that? So this is very, very much karma. But yeah, we don't have time to restart because I have very, very little time. I'm trying to make a lot of like starter content for the upcoming league and like tips and tricks, crafting guides and stuff like that. So we're just gonna move on. Yeah. That's all the karma I can handle. Tai Tai also died in one of his hardcore practice runs? Yeah, I mean, it's fairly normal, but it's still annoying. Title is full of lies? I don't even know what the title is. I didn't make it. We're hardcore in spirit. Feels bad, dude. What do you get for not having lightning rest, dude? How many years have you been playing Path of Exile? 8? I think? Around 8. Thing is, you're ignoring the beasts. Would you always get them during leveling experience? No, like finding the red beasts, I usually don't go looking for them, but they can give you like really, really good uniques. Like, you know, you could get, probably sure you can get the drop bear early on. Like the body armor one. You can get a lot of like early nice uniques. But like even with 75 cold resist and like yeah, obviously like once you have things and know what you're doing, helps the fight a lot. But that more my point was that most new players are gonna, or a lot of new players are gonna run in there with nothing. Not again. Getting PTSD. There. We did it. We did it, Reddit. Die again for the memes? Oops. Yeah, we're not on. Feels bad, dude. Where is the character? There. Right, let's see. We'll throw a transmute on the 24. Didn't get a bubbling, which is what I wanted. But we do need a lot of transmutes for later. I wouldn't mind another blue green. So what we can do now, I don't remember exactly what the level for the blue and rare topaz ring is. There's a blue one, so we can't check that just to give examples too, but I am gonna go make a rare topaz ring. I'm pretty sure it's level 20 for rare and 16 for blue, but I can't remember. 14 for blue. Okay, sweet. So we're gonna go make that, and we're level 23. We don't need that for Spellslinger, and here's an example of like +1 level of cold spell skill gems. This is great, especially once you start getting a 4-link for a lot of skills. Not so much for Spellslinger, and we'll go over that in a sec. And then like +1 lightning would be good for containing with Orb Storms. Once you get a 4-link, then it'll still affect it, even because it doesn't say it's like socketed. So it doesn't need to be in this one, just anywhere on your character, which is great. There's no iron ring for sale here, which is unfortunate. Well, we'll just like do this then, because it really doesn't matter. It's completely fine for now. Oh yeah, the other one has blue. But this one is linked, even though we lose some spell damage. Let's see, let me get my Swift Assembly, Stormblast, and then we can just do Ellie Focus in here for now. And then, yeah, sure. Maybe just keep it for when we actually go Spellslinger. Spellslinger is just like so easy on the sockets and where to put things. Suspender, pretty much everything. We'll keep that actually. There. Sad resists. That's why Illyria is nice early on. The Slayer thumbnail in your YouTube video is fucking hilarious. Nice. Spellslinger is the go. It is excellent. Oh, I completely forgot the Heralds as well. Skitterbots early as well is very, very good for a lot of builds. Any build that doesn't like shock on its own basically gets like 15% more damage from Skitterbots. So like Essence Drain, Summoners. It doesn't like only need to be used on Summoner builds. Like Degen builds. A lot of good stuff. I have, yeah. And something I've turned on like all my skills, or the majority of my skills, is always attack in place without moving. This is really, really good because a lot of skills, not this one, what is a better example of a skill? But a lot of skills will like move towards the target before throwing it if you don't have that on. Whereas attack in place will just make you stand still and cast it. So you have more control over your character. So right now, well, no, we have to continue a little bit before we get Spellslinger. We also need half a level more. And then we can instantly change to Spellslinger and it'll feel pretty great as soon as we change to it. So I'll start explaining a little bit about how Spellslinger works. So like I said, it restores your mana and then lets you trigger the spells that you have. And on top of that, it is also adding the attack damage of your wand. Not anything from your rings is all, so you can't use iron rings or steel rings or anything like that. But it adds the attack damage from your wand into the spell. Once it's like, I think it's 20 or level 21 on Spellslinger, it's a 1-to-1 ratio. So if you're getting 1 to 100 fire damage, that is literally the same as 1 to 100 fire damage to spells. Now, a really strong feature of that, and I'll show an example here real quick because this is great. If we open up wands here and look at the rolls, this is PoE DB. You can see that, for example, if I look at fire and cold damage to spells, these are like 49 to 85, 40 to 69, and 10 to 133. But if I look at the lightning one, that's 24 to 315. So it's like a substantially higher, almost 3 times as high on the highest rolls. So you can just get like a shit ton of flat added damage to spells by like relying and using on this conversion. It also makes like a very, very reliable way that you're like almost guaranteed to get good weapons while leveling. So for example, right, if you're leveling an attack build and a physical damage build, then you might need physical damage and flat physical damage, and it helps a lot with attack speed while leveling to get a good weapon. And for a lot of like spell builds, you're gonna need spell damage and flat added damage to spells. But for Spellslinger, everything works. Spell damage, good. Flat added to attacks to physical, good. Percentage physical damage, good. Everything, good. Basically anything is useful. So it's just so hard to not have good weapons for leveling Spellslinger. And that is like one of the nicest things. So I'm skipping all the trials because I think I have them. Do I have them on SSF software? I don't think I do. I'm gonna go check actually. This is why I didn't want to die. I've never played SSF software. I don't think I have any of the trials. Well, there's a first for everything. This is what I get for dying and making fun of Noogie. 6 affixes? Good. I do have them. I don't think why. This is their standard. Interesting. I don't know. But we have them. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. What is the Scion I leveled up for gem checking? Did I do trials in that? Was PoE your first game in the ARPG scene? No. I've played more Diablo 2 than I've played Path of Exile. I'm around 20,000 hours in Path of Exile, most of which is on stream, which is a lot of hours. I think I've 15 or 16,000 hours streamed. Can't exactly remember right now, but a lot. And then I've done around 24,000 hours of Diablo 2. Obviously, Diablo 2 was over a lot longer time. Path of Exile's been like more condensed playing. Diablo 2 was over like 15 or 10 years or whatever. Don't they carry over for from your kill characters? Maybe. No, I was very dedicated casual in Diablo 2. I never found a tutorial smite. I also like wasn't very good at the game. I like only started farming like Uber Diablo at the end. You're basically saying you're old? Yeah. Right, it's Spellslinger time, which do I get it as a reward? I think so, but we need multiple anyway. And we'll show why in a second. So the really, really nice thing is that you can have multiple Spellslingers. Whoops. Yeah. Also, we need curses too. Spellslinger takes off very early. Yeah, it's great. Thanks, Meadows. Right, let's see. Now we are going to use a test already because you do end up very, very socket starved fairly quickly on this build. A 3-link or 4-link test would be nice. 4-link boots. But I don't have fuse things, so I don't want to use that. No blue, blue, blue. 4-link boots. I mean helmets. But I don't need. Well, we'll wait with that then. And get one more gem vendor reset. And since we already have sovereignty, it's going to be fairly easy to fit things. But let's start switching. So we're going to do... You can like play around with a lot of spells here while leveling. So we can do Spellslinger, Onslaught, and Arc. That's a good one. Let's see. We also need to go get Frenzy. Wait. I'm pretty sure I need to do the library for Frenzy if I remember. Right. Spellslinger. Where's my Arc right now? There. We can do... What else do I usually do? I do Stormbound sometimes. Cold Snap. Vendor resets with every level. Yes. We'll go do Cold Snap for now because that gives us Frenzy charges. And lets us... It's from the used Frenzy charges once we have Frenzy. Yeah, you can... You will... I will be doing default attack right now. Cold Snap is here. I remember. I don't have alts. That is problematic. I need a few more shards. So we'll sell that. Get the shards there. Oops. Just use Cold Snap. Why not Barrage? So we get a lot more damage from Frenzy. Barrage is useful once you're doing Volatile Desecrate. Which I usually don't level with. I feel like Arc and Cold Snap are so... Oh, and Wave of Conviction I usually do. But I don't have enough ults for that. So we will go back for that later. Yeah, we'll go back for that later. Cold Snap is completely bricked with Spellslinger right now. Frenzy charges don't bypass the Cold Snap cooldown anymore. Is it bugged? I just wasted an alteration then. That sucks. I didn't know it was bugged. What happened? Did that break like mid-late? And thanks, Waggle. I didn't know that. Power Snap is nice before you get Frenzy. Honestly, I usually just auto-attack. Well, let's use Cold Snap until I can afford Wave of Conviction anyway. Cold Snap. There, this is fine. We'll just do... wish I had... Here, actually, let's do this. We'll throw that in there. Spellslinger, Cold Snap, and then just Ellie Focus is fine. I think they killed it when they did nerf where bypassing Spellslinger CD. Oh, okay. Interesting. I mean, PoE has a lot more content, but I don't know why, but no game has ever made something as enjoyable as farming Mephisto, and nothing has ever come close. Right, so we're only reserving a little bit here, so we can actually pop a Herald on while doing this. We'll just do Herald of Ice is fine. Actually, we can do both. So one of the really, really nice things about this is that you don't use any mana. Even when you actually have Frenzy, I think I forgot the key. No, I have them. Even when you get Frenzy, if you run out of mana, you're just auto-attacking anyway, which will still fire off your spells. Thank you for the 8 months. Dominus split farming had a tinge of it though. Piety and Dominus farming in early Path of Exile did have parts of it, but nothing has ever come close to Mephisto farming in Diablo. I still enjoy it. I did it like for hours a day, like what, last year? No, I never liked botting. I always hated the idea of it. I always like earning my own stuff in games. And I like quit very quickly if I ever don't. So another good thing about this and builds like this is that you can then very, very early drop your mana flask because you don't need it at all. You're only using mana for your movement ability, and usually that's never gonna run out of mana. So killing beasts early on can give you a lot of like nice uniques. Obviously they are dangerous as well, so do be careful. But like this, you can see here is unique flask. So I don't think we can get Taste of Hate this early. I don't know if Sapphire Flask can drop. But you could get a Wise Oak, for example, would be one example of something nice this early. You obviously can't get anything that drops from bosses. And if somebody says Rot Cut, let's time them out of the channel because that's a garbage unique that should never be used. Well, Helmet Enchantment do you use for Spellslinger? It depends a little bit on how your build is. Reduced Reservation can be nice for life builds. And the cooldown recovery is probably nice for low life and CI builds. Thanks, Politan. Have you considered playing Torchlight 3? I have heard terrible things from Torchlight 3 and will not be looking at it until it gets a few... I've heard that it was worse than Wilson, so... We're gonna wait a bit on that one. It's also a bad time right now where I'm very, very busy with other stuff. Like, Ziggy is a very, very forgiving person, and the fact that Ziggy refunded it means that I will not be trying it. He's a very, very nice, honest, open guy, and will give games a chance. Ziggy refunding it, no way I'm trying it. No way. I usually play with Rockcut, it's pretty OP. I ban that guy permanently from all of Twitch. That's all good. Jokes are fine. We can joke here. So what's the benefit of leveling with Spellslinger? It seems like a waste of a socket early on. So like I explained when I like first put it on as well, Spellslinger turns all the damage on your ones into flat added damage to spells. So right now, the 5 to 9 physical damage here on this one is being added as spell damage, and on this one 14 to 27. And that means that once we start getting some rare ones with maybe like a good one could be percentage physical damage, fire damage to attacks, and lightning damage to spells. That could be a great one for Spellslinger because we're using all of that. Nice, Revin. Yeah, Remesis. 196 isn't too bad. I usually go for 220 for life. So for level requirements, and Docs is usually a nice place to bring this up. A lot of racers will want at least like 23.5 or a level 24 before you enter and start killing Docs. And that's because, especially once you start like trying to go faster in Path of Exile, a very real struggle is getting under leveled and then like increasingly falling behind and like then needing to repeat zones, which if you're speedrunning, obviously not what you want. So how does leveling and XP and stuff work in Path of Exile? Well, it starts out when you're like level 1 or 4 that you have a grace period that you're getting full experience from of a ±3 levels. What that means is that a level 4 character will get full XP in a level 1 zone and full XP in a level 7 zone, right? And this changes as you level higher. So every 16 levels, this like grace period that you get full XP will increase by 1. So at level 16, you'll get full experience at level 12 and also at level 20 areas. So obviously, like if you start falling behind, then you're gonna get less and less. So say that you end up being like 5 or 7 or 8 levels under the zone, at some point you're gonna start getting 20%, 10% experience, etc. And that can be really, really bad. It's a problem a lot of people run into when they're like first trying to run fast. Because you can maybe like start copying like, oh, this is how I run fast, but you'll very quickly maybe realize you're not killing enough. So we can go like grab a 1, see if there's some links, either blue 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 or blue blue green, doesn't matter. Blue 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 is fine. This is like a high physical base one as well. 14, so that one's the higher base, and that one's fine too. So we'll bring both of those. We have 1 essence, boom, that's a great one, pretty high flat. And that's another like okay one. Now obviously this one, let's see, they have like we'll just show by putting it on here. So if we look at, for example, the arc, which is the main thing we're using right now, Wave of Conviction is great as well. You mentioned Ziggy and refunded it. What does that mean? Refunded on Steam means that you didn't like the game and you want your money back. And Ziggy is usually like very, very forgiving and understanding with games and like launch struggles. So when Ziggy refunded the game, that usually means it's not in a great state. see. There. Let's grab some more life. So, let's switch out our weapons, and then we'll look at the arc damage. So currently, that's damage per use, 205. And you can see here that we have 8 to 18 physical, right? Which is coming from the base damage of our ones. And if you look at the Spellslinger gem, we're currently getting 50% of the damage of the one. So if this had 1 to 100 fire damage to attacks, then it would be getting 1 to 50 to spells. When you switch to VD, you can do VD already. You can do VD already now. I really like leveling with Arc. I think it's great. So currently 205 damage per use. Let's see what it's like with our new ones. There, 235. So nice little boost there. And we already had ones that were like pretty decent. And you see the physical damage is now up to 13 to 34. And it'll be scaled by other stuff as well. There. Yeah, this is a YouTube video. Yeah, Path of Paper is possibly never coming back. I really don't know what's happening. Let's see. Really aware that it's not bypassing the cooldown at all. So yeah, cold snap feels terrible. We definitely... Well, we have alterations now, so we can go by Wave of Conviction. Huh. Depends on what builds matter us. Completely build dependent. In a lot of builds, yeah, I use Spider because it's more damage. Alright, let's see. What's the difference between pure VD and VD-DD Spellslinger builds? Well, pure VD, like you mean like casting it? Like, Spellslinger in general just feels extremely smooth, more so than most caster builds. And you get so much damage from your wands, like very, very easily. It's a very smooth playstyle, very, very automated, pretty lag-proof the way we build the builds. Just like, generally don't get stunned or anything like that. It's a bit of a powerhouse. It's got a lot of benefits with that. Also doesn't need mana, and like, it's very easy to gear, especially like I mentioned, like the wand is so easy. Or if you're asking about like only using Volatile Dead and Desecrate versus like adding Detonate Dead in, that's just more damage. Just more damage. Just straight up an upgrade. Cremation versus DD is probably a little bit of preference. I didn't like Cremation at all. I thought Detonate Dead was huge single target damage. Yeah, you climb to red maps easily. I did Awakener 8 on it on hardcore and it was a breeze. A breeze. And that was like, when did I do Awakener 8 on hardcore? It was like very early on SSF. How are you using Flame Dash? Wait, why am I not hitting? Hello, sir? Okay, I'm actually just gonna go run. That was embarrassing. It's on mouse button 5. Always take the Dex amulet there? Yeah, I need Dex early for my gear requirements. I mean, if you don't have gear requirements, then I would always go for Amber. For the life. Oh, actually, great point. Usually, and I completely forgot about this, usually you have now switched to a shield. A little bit rusty here and completely forgot, but you make an excellent point. Somebody asked, well, why are you dual wielding right now? There's no reason for that. We should now be using a shield. Here we have a 4-link helmet. We are definitely going to use that. Is there any, like, spell damage shields? Level 28. That doesn't have res. That's an implicit. There, we'll do that and then throw... Yeah. Because it'll alternate which one you're using. So there's no reason to like, no big benefit there. Right, so we'll do this. And then we'll switch to the shield in one level. Let's see. We'll go by Wave of Conviction as well. And the nice thing about Spellslinger, you can have multiple gems with one Spellslinger, or, especially which is useful early, have multiple setups with multiple Spellslingers. And that's why, like, it really doesn't need a 6-thing early on. There, so we'll do the really do want, kind of want my arc setup to have like a blue green. to get onslaught, because it's like it's gonna kill most things anyway. It gets so much damage. Depends on the patch notes, Vithar. I'm hoping to do at least 4 starter builds this league start. Anything else that's like blue, green? Very unlucky on sockets this playthrough. Okay, we'll just 4-link our Wave of Conviction then. That's completely fine. Spellslinger, could buy Cold Snap. I'm sad you were ruined for some reason. Added Lightning. Then we'll do... Didn't I have another support gem? We'll go get Controlled Destruction as well. Can this build AFK Blights by holding mouse 2 button? Yeah, it was pretty okay in Blights. It did start struggling a little bit on SSF, like 13s and 16 Blights, depending on the layout. I didn't have like that great gear on my first character that did it. And like Blights can be pretty rippy. I think the best build I've ever had for Blights and SSF was Stormbrand with the Archmage. Alright, let's see. Wait, oh, I just don't have Wave of Conviction because I'm an idiot. There we go. Let's throw that in instead of Control. There. Don't know what we were doing. Let's see. But I don't think I'll have enough support gems to cap out my mana. So we'll use Herald of Thunder as well. Unleash for SRS 100%. There. Let's throw that on. And then we'll throw Herald of Thunder on. Still could do Herald of Ice as well. If I had a link. Which we don't. That's annoying, but it doesn't matter. We have more than enough damage. So we'll run straight for a library now instead of Piety. Just because I really want to get Frenzy. That's an additional like 12% more damage. And then later on we'll use Barrage support. Yeah, Troll. It does. It does. Yeah, Chain Stormman. Ooh, ow. Chain Stormman was really, really good for like you could like AFK the entire. Perhaps show off the steel skin move trick. You have a that's a great idea. That's a great idea. I usually don't use it myself because I usually don't die during leveling, which is funny considering the current state of affairs. And we are dead, but yeah, it's a great idea to show off. We're not using the decoy totem. Decoy totem as well. Very, very good for surviving early bosses. Let's pop a point in might here just so we can show a higher level steel skin. And this is a great tip for survival. Let's go back here. Using Spellslinger gets some tankiness. It's a very tanky build. You get very easy max block. What's the biggest weakness? Well, it's not like a super great boss killer. Like I said, I did SSF Hardcore Awakener fairly easily, but it's like, you know, it's not like a Herald of Agony build or something like that. I usually do now. I think I usually do Spiritual Aid. Yes, we do. Yeah, I usually go Spiritual Aid now. So a lot of people are now going to be asking, so Ziz, why are you taking minion nodes on this? Is Spellslinger a minion? No, it's not. The reason we're taking minion nodes is because we're going to be ascending as a Necromancer, which gets like 80 or 90, gets a lot of minion damage in this heal tree. In Spiritual Aid, what it does is that its increases and reductions to minion damage also affect you, which is insanely strong and very, very useful for builds. But it is very, very annoying as a streamer because people end up asking if Arc is a minion, is Spellslinger a minion, why am I minion? No matter how many times you put it in a guide. Feels bad. Not a good one there. So for us to get an upgrade, we would need like fairly high flat added damage to attacks. And that's like probably one of the easier things to forget. Is that the flat added to attacks gets converted to spell damage on this build. And that's why it's so nice and easy to gear this. Madaras, thank you for the tier 1 sub, dude. Appreciate that. Frito, thank you for the tier 1 sub too. Thank you, thank you. Considering the minion nodes, are the purity useful? No. No on-screen disrespecting? No, that's it. You just wasted points, dude. You've been watching me for 4 years. You should have known better by now, Neva. Should have known better by now. That's what you get. Scammed? Yo? There. When do you start wearing a chest? 5-link or Tabitha? I would be okay with wearing a chest already now. Even though it's starting to slow me down, getting a little bit of like resists in life early on, especially on a build that is like fairly socket starved like this, is pretty great. Cake Jeans, thank you for the 42 months. Yeah, Gardening League coming up soon. So, the library that we're doing now, this is one of the side quests that don't give a skill point, but what it does is it gives you the ability to buy any gem from any other like character at level 1 already, which is nice because gems in Path of Exile are class locked. So not every class can buy every gem. And that's really annoying. Something I do hope they do away with. It's just tedious and doesn't really seem super beneficial. See, we have shields now. We'll throw a just random essence on that shield. It didn't get any stats that we want. And we're gonna use this wand instead of that one. Obviously, we can see that we have like more damage. It is damage to spells, which doesn't matter. Well, I mean, damage to spells is technically better at a higher value right now, because we're only getting half of attack damage. Only half of attack damage right now. As you can see, like rares and everything dying incredibly fast. And what that means is even if this build gets nerfed in the upcoming Harvest League, it would need quite a substantial nerf for it not to be good or competing with other things. So don't worry too much and wait a little bit until people like give you some hard numbers whereas if something's good. Class identity is important. I don't feel like what gems can be bought by which class has anything in Path of Exile to do with class identity. Well, my other alternative to this is Volatile Dead Desecrate, which I quite like. Vendor selling by class is an artificial gatekeeper. Yeah, it's really strange and not really relevant in PoE anymore. It was more relevant, like, back in the day, a lot of gems could, like, only drop and stuff, and that was kind of cool. It was, like, kind of fun to have more chase items. Like, Chain used to be a chase item. That was kind of neat. 1x, sometimes 2 for Chain Gem. I thought that was cool, but still, definitely a lot more quality of life that you can just buy everything. Got Lightning Pen here, and now we're going to buy Frenzy. We don't need anything else. We don't need, like, lesser multiple projectors or anything like that. You definitely can. But right now, we need to buy a chest. Because I need a green socket. If they nerf it, they might increase the amount reserved? Maybe. Hard disagree. It prevents leveling to be the same on every character. Hard disagree. You can still get the gems on every character. We can buy now every gem here. And if we wanted other gems from earlier, we could just make another character level up to level 4 or 8 and get those gems. That is not what is making people level up with different gems. It has nothing to do with what gems you can buy at all. You can just mule them from other characters. It has nothing to do with why we level up differently on different classes. Oh, nice, Sorika. I'm glad you like it. Literally nothing. But yeah, let's get a chest. We're just going to use this right now. So we have, we could do Frenzy unless there are multiple projectiles. I'll just do Frenzy. And later, really, really nice to do Curse on that. It's the Ascendancy and that's it. Yeah, pretty much. So now we're going to go do Piety. And yeah, I can explain the Steel Skin more. So, with having something on mouse button 1, and we could throw increased duration in here too to make it last a little bit longer. But any skill that is instant, you can throw on mouse button 1 now, and it's going to auto cast it. So this isn't something I'm like manually casting myself. It is just now going to be periodically on. Now obviously that means that it's not something I can cast like reactively. Like, oh my god, I'm about to take a bunch of damage. Kavicius is going ham and I'm about to die. So it is just like, hey, this might save you sometimes. And with increased duration, it'll be up for longer. Hey, Prevailing, what's up? Whoa. Kavicius is going ham and I'm about to die. There we go. And now we have like frenzy charges and stuff, which is a nice increase in damage. My fire is 44. Full Fizz one is better than a full spell damage on this build. No, like literally there's not that many differences in different ones while leveling. I've found like especially since you're scaling very, very generic damage. Obviously elemental is going to be better. Fist damage ones would be kind of great on like Glacial Cascade or on like Ethereal Knives, Blade Vortex, or EK. But for this, it's just like a nice added damage benefit. If you got like a really high fist one, you could consider using it. But especially since we're using Elemental Overload, that doesn't get scaled. Is chat over your buffs intended? Not particularly, but like, I like having chat on screen. So whenever like a lot of people are spamming POG and stuff, then people on YouTube can see that and feel a little bit more part of the Twitch experience, even if they don't want to be. I like our emotes here. So left click is set to 2 sockets, Spellslinger plus extended duration. No, left click is just set to Steel Skin. My right click is Frenzy, and whenever we're doing any one attack, whether that be default attack or Frenzy, that is firing off our Spellslinger combination. So that's just auto casting Steel Skin. There, we're gonna get more minion damage nodes. What was it? And we could also craft more damage here now. We could craft spell damage, for example. But we'll wait till we get a little bit better one. Our damage is fine anyway. And like you see, I am running out of mana now. Mostly from my movement abilities. And now like Frenzy is using some mana too. Now we can keep Frenzy at level 1. There's a couple of reasons for this. The dex requirement is going to go up, which we obviously don't want to like scale dex. There's nothing we really need it for on this build. And also the mana cost. We want that to be low. No reason. There's no benefit to like level it up. And now it is costing 9 mana every time I want to cast the Steel Skin too. But thankfully this build doesn't need mana at all. So that's very nice. So any instant skill on mouse button 1 will just be cast automatically. And you won't like notice any sort of interruption. You can do this with Warcries as well with the instant keystone. Why Frenzy over Barrage? Well, there's no benefit to Barrage. There's only a benefit to Barrage when you are using Volatile Dead Spellslinger. Because then on the first cast, like there's multiple happening at the same time, you will be casting like the red balls. But there's no benefit to like Barrage this early. We're already hitting the cooldown. So we want, yeah, like Frenzy is way better because we're getting 12% more damage. And then later on, we're going to use Barrage support. So we don't have like a crazy amount of single target right now. We don't like, have everything. Oh, actually, I can throw Herald of Ice in here. We really, it's nice to have a little bit of mana for my movement abilities, so I guess I'll just keep it like this. Usually you want a lightning curse as well by now. Both your Wave of Conviction and Arc is doing lightning damage. I just forgot to grab one. Do we have slots? Yeah, we have like, we can throw one in there. Remember to pick up your skill point from Piety as well. You don't need to hit with Frenzy to proc Spellslinger. Nope. You do auto attack, you can attack the air, don't need to hit. Did you explain the autocast thing again? A third time? A fourth time? Alright. Put it on mouse button 1 and then it's autocasting. That's what it does. Mouse button 1, autocast, as long as the skill is instant. Let's see. Do we need anything else? I don't think there's anything right. Oh, actually, that is quite nice. I do quite like having a Spellslinger Bull Lightning setup. That'll be, we'll set that up now that we're at level 28. But how? Mouse button 1. That's how it works. JJ, thank you for the 18 months, dude. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Right, let's see. Let's remove that and maybe see if we can get another shield. That's like some better slots there. I mean, and I don't have a fusing, do I? Oh, actually, I have one. Actually, we'll just use that. That's fine. Throw. Okay, I'm actually gonna use the white. That's how stubborn we're gonna be. Actually, just gonna use the white for now. Now, one of the reasons you wanna like, I've been very, very sloppy with this, but one of the reasons you wanna get a lot of transmutes while leveling is that you can throw resists for 1 transmute on your gear. We only have 1 now, and we have no alchemies, I think. Which is a bit sad, but yeah. We can, like no gear right now. Yeah, and everything's kind of Be very sloppy. Why not just throw a transmute on there? Because the transmute is guaranteeing resist on something. So we can do, for example, cold rest, because we're about to go into the tower. There, much better. There are 56, 52, 32. So yeah, don't transmute the items like that. There's no point. What is this using a shield? You should always use a shield with Spellslinger. You don't want to dual wield. No reason to. You're not getting like the damage bonus from both. They're alternating. There really should have been like a little bit more persistent in picking up like rares and stuff to vendor, but it's a bit sloppy while yeah. While explaining everything. Right there, we're gonna throw the Arcane Surge, Flame Dash here. Arcane Surge you want to keep very low so that make sure that it procs every time you Flame Dash. And then we'll do Spellslinger, Ball Lightning, and just Control Destruction. It's fine. Doesn't really matter. We just want some damage on it. And then let's see how our Near Restoration works. Like, as you can see, it's very, very easy to just like play around with it while leveling. We don't have Herald of Thunder anymore. We can do Herald of Ice, and you see that everything still fires, but we're gonna leave it just because we might as well have some mana for our movement abilities. Not a huge deal, but and then you could turn on Herald of Ice for bosses, because then you don't need anything else than right clicking, and you don't even need to frenzy all the time. Doing it like now and again to keep your frenzies up is fine. What's the skill you're using Flame Dash with? So I'm using Smoke Mine, and then after Smoke Mining, I will Flame Dash, and then they're both basically instant. Obviously, they're sharing charges, but it is still faster. Is there an everything explained for melee? Yeah, and I try to be like very generic and like do everything not specifically for the builds on these. If you're looking for like longer videos with like everything explained specifically for the build, I call those play with me's. Does Spellslinger negate the mana cost? Yeah, you're reserving it instead, and it is completely free to cast. You can cast everything with default attack. And now we have a pretty decent amount of damage. I actually do want a green gem for my Ball Lightning, because slower projectiles is one of the nicer things to use with Ball Lightning for single target damage. So like a blue green would be very, very nice. Definitely would want that early on. Nothing really, really good on that one. Just some spell damage and fire damage. Nothing we need. As you can see, that you just choose through content very, very easily. So yeah, it would need to be a fairly big nerf for it to like not be great and on par with other builds. So we'll see what they do. Not jinx it too hard. Zizaran's armor doesn't show. It's just a strap leather. When is the next play with me? That'll be after the start sometime. After the start sometime. Caravarusko has a website with layout tips for every zone if you want to learn how to speedrun. This seems way stronger than your melee playthrough though. Yep. Melee is worse than everything for leveling. It is. Hey, this is extremely strong, and that's why, so like I said, something that happens very, very often is that something will get nerfed. Also, let's just pick these up for some transmutes. Like, say that Spellslinger gets nerfed, right? Like, just as a quick example, Passion says, Spellslinger effectiveness of damage lowered by 10%, or just damage reduced by 10%. You're going to have a lot of threads on Reddit going like, oh my god, Spellslinger is nerfed. You're still going to have people saying, well, like, what do you mean? Like, okay, it's still, like, way more damage than anything else. And a large chunk of people are not going to play it. That happens every single time anything is nerfed, regardless of how small the nerf is. Something will generally like fall off and become very unpopular. This has happened like every time. It happened a lot back in the day with Valspark. Valspark would get nerfed every time, every league. And in one patch notes, it's even said in the patch notes, Valspark has been nerfed in every single way. All of the Valspark related gear went down to 1 chaos. I started with it as my league starter, and people are like, wait, this still works? And then the gear spiked back up again when people saw that people were playing it again. This happens every time. So just because something is nerfed does not mean that it's useless. Completely depends on how much more powerful it was than anything else. It actually happened this league already with Heralds. Heralds, like the Herald build was like, you know, I don't know, 1,600 or 1,700% stronger than any other build in Path of Exile. That seems like an exaggerated and annoying number to use. It's really not exaggerated. Is it, chat? So it's like just a stupidly overpowered build, and they nerfed it mid-league, and everyone was bitching and moaning. They were like, oh my god, I can't believe they killed my build mid-league, completely dead. Well, now it was only like 1,000% stronger than any other build in the game. So it happens very frequently, and people are very quickly to throw their toys out of the pram and say that something is being destroyed. Warp did get completely destroyed for cheap builds, but it is still the best skill in the game when you have like 200 X. I felt even more than that. Yeah, I mean, it's just, we've never seen a build like that in Path of Exile. Nothing has been that powerful. So for doing bosses like Dominus, if you're moving in like a circle and you're keeping like this, like pretty much no boss is going to be able to do that much damage to you. It's very, very safe for a lot of the content. Just like mobility in Path of Exile, insane. How are you doing, Tai Tai? For Spellslinger and the builds I'm using, like flat damage is insanely strong, so generally what I always go for. Do you think the Herald build is stronger than Double Dip Poison build? It is like 10 to 15 times stronger, yeah. I'm good, dude. What's your play now after Dominus? While going slowly, 1 hour, 42 minutes. In like a speedrun scenario, you would normally do around 40 minutes for Dominus, is what my normal time. Around 40 to 45 minutes for Dominus. So this will be slower than normal. I want to have it be faster than the melee playthrough though. So I don't want to be up all night basically. But I wanted to do like a later playthrough so the American people could catch everything explained live as well. Do you use the keyboard to move in a boss fight or mouse click? I use the mouse usually, yeah. The reason I have, for example, T on move only is that you can like move around while having something on your cursor. And that can be quite useful in a lot of scenarios. NDD, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Waffle, thank you for the 3 months. These are like paladins, but like a Hammerdin and stuff. There is Spectral Throw, not like a notoriously good build in Path of Exile at the moment. It's doable now though. I think I've seen some Spectral Throw builds that weren't. Are Vol areas important while leveling? I usually do them on builds where there's like 2 or 3 Vol gems that I want. And I start doing every one at level 50 for 6 things. I've answered you 3 times, Nexus. I am wearing a strap leather. Right, let's get some more transmutes. We'll get a higher mana potion. Don't really need one, like I said, but nice for movement abilities. Let's see if we can get a blue-green chest or something. Just so we can get, that one would be pretty easy to get blue-green on. Even that's not a 4-link, though. What about, like, a 4-link glove? Do we have that? We have a 3-link glove here. That could be blue-green pretty easily. We don't really need Luctonial. Come on, give me 1 green. Okay, game hates us. We do have a transmute. We don't have more crumbs now, though. Didn't see if there was any. Okay. Well, shucks. I'm good, Tai Tai. I'm good. Thanks for asking. We tried Cold Slinger. Nope. And I'll try to like ignore questions that aren't like pertaining too much to like beginner tips and this build and well, not so much this build, but like beginner tips and stuff. Valid for a white socket? I ain't good. There's a very small chance of that happening. If you do have any questions that I'm not answering or skipping during this playthrough, I have a Q&A session tomorrow where at 4 p.m. UK time, I'm going to do, well, depending on how many questions there are, anything from like 2 to 4 hours where I'm literally not going to play the game. I'm just going to sit here with chat open and answer questions. So any question that I think is useful will be answered then. Yeah, this will be VD later on. I love leveling with Arc and Bow Lightning. I think this is just like a fun way to level. It's so nice. Like, and it does a lot more damage when I have Sword Projectile on the Bow Lightning. It helps a lot on the single target. Because obviously Arc, which is the main thing we're using right now, isn't exactly a high single target skill. What gives you the Enduro starters? Nocturnal Ilcarus. Nocturnal, thank you for the 39 months. No, we don't know full league mechanics yet, but in general, do you ever think it's worth engaging in a league mechanic while leveling early? Delirium, 100% Harvest, no idea. I'd say Harvest is less likely to be a league like that. I think Delirium is probably the league that has been the most worth ever while leveling. Metamorph was pretty worth while leveling in several zones. Let's see, we don't really need redemption. Getting Spiritual Command isn't terrible for attack speed, and it can like feel good, but you don't really need it. I don't bring up Path of Building, so I just like have my other higher level one up. I can't remember exactly what skills I did. I usually have a POB with a skill tree open sometimes. Do you identify the rares? Sometimes. Depends if you need transmutes or alterations. At the moment we need a lot of transmutes to let's see, let's get a ring here. There, that's fine. I'll replace that. To like just if you craft just the suffixes with resist, that's generally fine. They can have like white or blue items and get a there. Get away with that pretty easily. There. Would be the best headhunter build. Winter orb usually. Assassin. Attack speed matters. Well, it depends. So at the moment, what's the cooldown right now on our Spellslinger? 0.5. So as long as you're attacking, like we're talking more than fast enough to like always use it, and things like barrage will help with that too later, like barrage support. But right now we definitely want to use frenzy. Once we get to crystal veins, we're going to ascend as well, and I usually always ascend around crystal veins. Crafting is looking spicy. Yeah, the harvest crafting as well looks very, very cool. Give me 1 second. Oh wait, not that. SSF standard. I'm trying to remember. Maybe it was Zizaran go again. There. Sweet. Cool. I guess I usually just go all the way down to life early. Get more life here now. Should you do release more crafts? Awesome. We'll look at that later on. Do you think it's worth to play maps with friends? You will always generate more currency in a party. Like that is definitely like the best way to make money in the game is with a group of 6 people. Playing solo is never going to compare. A group of 6 people can easily farm like 10 mirrors in 1 week. Empyrean is like a good example of what they're doing and how to do it. It's obviously a lot. I would like go into explaining that. But yeah, most of like the stupidly rich people that are playing the game and making money are in groups of 6. If you're trading, then you can make way more currency than that, obviously. If you're just trading. Spellslinger more viable now? Yeah, so that's a great thing to bring up. So at the start of Delirium, this was the worst thing I've ever had, and I've never been... just like everything in my life was going wrong. And the fact that like game-related things is enough to make it feel that everything in my life is going wrong means that my life is generally pretty good. So at least I could appreciate that, right? But yeah, it was a horrible time in my life because just I had loads of computer problems and the game was barely playable for me, which obviously, seeing as this is my full-time job, was pretty shit for a league start, which is obviously the most important time for a streamer. So basically what happened is Volatile Dead in particular, well, it looked semi-okay on stream with like maybe 20 to 25 FPS. It was lagging and stuttering really hard for me. And I set up like a dual PC setup to make it look better. And it was just a general horrible time. And that's because Volatile Dead, Detonate Dead, and all that stuff is like very, very CPU and GPU intensive. Vulcan, the new renderer that Path of Exile has added, does help with that quite a lot. And like, I already noticed that the game is like a lot smoother than before. Plus, they fixed a lot of the bugs. So, yeah, I think it'll be a great help. What level? I'm not sure. Sometime when I get like the Corpse Ascendancy node, probably. Honestly, I love Arc. I think it's a really, really crisp spell. I think it's a really crisp spell. It just feels good. There's something really, really nice about it. Just like, they're dead. It's just fun going around electrocuting mobs. Like, Volatile Dead Desecrate is already pretty great right now. And I have switched to this early before. It's just really nice. The new visual for art? Yeah, the visuals are fine and all the MTX look pretty great. Me too, Puma. Me too, dude. Right, so now that we're in Crystal Veins, I go Ascend. Watch the video when it comes up on YouTube, DK. Yeah, definitely hope they continue with the Vulcan stuff. That's been great so far. We'll get the life note here. And then we are... Well, we can actually go get Lord of the Dead. So now, do remember that we have, like, the Spiritual Aid now. So all minion damage is now the same as increased damage. Are we going to do Arcanist Brand plus Archmage on Arc? That's not in the game yet, so I cannot do that. This is not alpha, this is the normal client. Nothing from Harvest is here. Instead of Overcommission, you kept Arc in your RD build? Yeah, it's a great clearing thing for this. And, yeah. So, and on spell builds in general right now, so, like, just to, like, keep it a little bit more generic instead of specifically this build, like, it would generally be enough right now, and for quite a while, if you weren't doing a Spellslinger build, to just have, like, ones made with, like, the recipe that I showed earlier. So, for example, if you want cold damage, you could do a rare Sapphire ring. If you want lightning damage, you could do a rare Topaz ring. Fire damage, rare Ruby ring. And then you can do one alteration and a blue one, and you'll get fairly high flat damage to spells on that. So do remember that that is generally okay right now. And with ones, you don't really need to keep upgrading the base, because like whether it's a starter one that has 10% increased spell damage or a further in one that has 20, that really doesn't matter. It looks like you have some info about a Soulsteel nerf. Wait, what's SS? Oh, Spellslinger nerf. Why? And no, I don't. I do not have any prior access to patch notes at the moment. Can you get more chaos damage without Chaos Ring? I think there is some recipe with the Amethyst Ring, but I don't remember right now. There's a full list of all the recipes on the wiki. I would like to get some form of like early write-up of patch notes from GGG. That would be awesome, and I know a lot of games do stuff like that. I mean, I can see a lot of people hating that too. Because usually, like, my starter build, that's completely fine, right? Whatever I'm starting with, I decide, like, 10 minutes after finishing reading the patch notes. So that's easy. However, like, the big benefit of me for getting, like, patch notes or some sort of indication early on is that I could start making, like, so many more beginner guides for people way earlier. Instead of maybe only getting 4 to 6 beginner guides on YouTube, I could do, like, 8 to 10. Which would probably help a lot more people, because I know a lot of people do follow the guides. Mango Freak, thank you for the 9 months, dude. And Puma, thank you again for the 7 months. Yeah, I'm using Frenzy. Auto type's fine too. Yeah, I'm not talking about the Chaos Wand recipe for +1, but I think there's something with a Amethyst ring for something. I just can't remember. I don't know. It's fine. Let's stay on the wiki if there is. With these new crafts, infused rampage probably just means that you have rampage in the map at all. You guys are brilliant. Thank you. I do try to make them very, very step by step, and we're always looking to improve. So if there is ever anything in the guides that you thought could be more clear, we do take the feedback and try to improve it. Now, obviously, the League Start guides, like, they are made in a rush, so even though the production quality is pretty great on them now, do remember that they take like 6 to 10 hours per guide sometime, with doing like making sure everything is set up and doing the step-by-step skill tree and in all the different tabs and stuff. So we do try to have them be as solid as possible, even though we only have like 40 hours after the patch notes to make them. Nice. Great one. How does Frenzy get used in this build? So every time I Frenzy, all my spells fire off because I'm using Spellslinger. Have you considered gatekeeping knowledge and preventing people from playing the game properly? No. I mean, that's actually one of the things I like a lot about Path of Exile. I feel like Path of Exile, even in like the speedrunning community and everything, people are very, very happy to share knowledge. And I think that's one of the things that so lately there was a China race. China invited our racers to like fight against their racers basically. And I think the reason why our racing community is a lot better and what helps a lot is that we all share everything. A lot of the racers are practicing together. And while a lot of people, with things like this, right, when there's money involved and stuff, people could like find it very, very tempting to keep things secret. But everyone's usually playing with like open profiles and sharing everything to help everybody get better. So like Tai might find like a sick skip and he'll show people that. And then like I might find like a sick killing strat and like stuff like that. And I think that's really cool. I actually think that's great. Thank you for the 2 months, Jay. So now we're going to ascend as Necromancer. And obviously we do have other ascendancies here as well. And Elementalist isn't bad. But, and Occultist too is also a great ascendancy. But let's talk a little bit about Necromancer and why it's so good for this build in particular. Especially since we're doing Volatile Dead, Detonate Dead later, then both Plaguebringer and Corpse Pack are amazingly good for this build. And also, as you see, all the small nodes have minion damage on them as well, which is going into being more damage for a build here. And with Mistress of Sacrifice, which we can auto cast this later, it's a craft that you can make for once that do triggered spells are cast when you do anything. So if you do a movement ability and attack, they'll like keep triggering every now and again. And then you can do Bone Offering, which is going to, especially in Harvest, well, assuming changes, especially in Harvest, with Glancing Blows being here somewhere, be insanely strong. Because Glancing Blows doubles your block, so it's very easy to get block cap now. Don't know why they didn't nerf it. But yeah, so we can actually just do... Let me just do Commander of Darkness. That's our first one. He gives us resists. So we don't really need... we don't need that right now. We're not using anything corpse related right now. Mistress of Sacrifice, really, really good early on for like running with Flesh Offering. Yeah, Tide 23 and Havoc are known for public profiles. Okay, so not everybody does that, but the majority does. There's spell block and attack block. Let's see. Let's get some more alterations. Wow, almost good weapon. Not getting the enchant? No, it doesn't really do anything. I usually don't bother. Doesn't help me much. Right, let's see. Now we're going to continue. So another, like I touched a little bit about getting under-leveled early. And this is another section where it's very, very easy to get under-leveled, especially when you're new to racing. Like a lot of people that are like practicing getting faster and stuff will often watch videos of other racers, like for example Tai, and you can very quickly start getting faster, right? You notice that people who are racing are like skipping a lot of monsters and not killing. But what can easily happen then is that you're not killing enough, and this is one of the areas where it's very, very easy to get under leveled. So you'll maybe be like level 33 or level 32 here, sometimes even level 30. And what can end up happening then is you fall behind and end up only getting like 5 or 10% of the experience of the monsters you're killing. So what racers do here generally then is that we'll go, we won't go straight for Duressa or straight for Comb. Because this zone is only level 37 and then the next is level 38. So you try to like just do both the lower level zones before progressing. And that can help a little bit. Show the cage yet? I actually haven't practiced it. I can't do it. Haven't practiced it. Would need to practice it first. Sis, I love you, but you're getting that girlfriend bod now. Thank you for pointing out that I'm getting weight. I appreciate that. It's been around for quite a while. I don't know. Yeah. It also is something you don't always want to skip if you are under leveled. Obviously, you want to kill the monsters as well. You want to kill the monsters then. There, everything is dead. I usually have dialogue on so you can like hear faster when the gate unlocks. Corona bot. Well, I'm 77 kilos and 175 centimeters. 178. I think 178. 5'9". What is 5'9"? Why do I remember the bad way of saying my height? That is troubling. Right, we're gonna transmute this, throw one alteration on. I'll settle for 50% recovered, that's fine. 178. Okay, sweet. I always mix them. The bad way, so right? Yeah, I mean metric is far superior. I said that while doing my American Everything Explained. I'm really sorry, guys. You know, I was almost very tempted to start this Everything Explained too with like an American accent. Yeah, feet are weird. As an American, you're completely right.
Hell yeah, brother. So now we're gonna run through here to Chrome's Dream. Gonna go take him out.
Why not measure yourselves in stones at that point? Yes, in the UK they use stone for weight. It's very weird. Can't remember how the measurement works. Isn't it like 1 stone is 8 kilos or something weird? But yeah, so we're very over leveled now. Obviously I'm going a lot slower than normal. Honestly, like everything I would want to like explain, like there's not enough time. I don't speak fast enough to get everything in, especially while trying to be coherent. I'm also like known for mumbling a lot, so I'm like, especially during a video like this, I'm actually like trying and straining myself to try to like pronounce things a little bit more and enunciating more as well, which is like pretty hard for me because, well, especially when trying to speak fast, I am like very, very used to mumbling. We're snowflakes, leave us alone. All good. So far you might notice that my gear is very shit and we're still not really running into like any problems. Honestly, especially if you're new to hardcore, I would be a little bit more caring about your gear, but I am already resist capped 81, 86, 82, and I have a white chest, unique gloves with no resist, a white belt, 8% fire is there, and then I've crafted 13 lightning rest here. So as you can see, it's extremely easy to get rest capped in Path of Exile. White. So very, very easy to get resist capped. It helps a lot with nodes like the Holy Dominion here. And then you can get more resists up here from Cruel Preparation. Definitely like getting that before Kitava. It just helps out a little bit. And then if you help Alira, then you can see we would be super overcapped. Now on this character, we did not help Alira. So we weren't like resist capped for all of Act 3. But at least are very easy to be overcapped if you help Alira. As a non-native, I appreciate the effort on enunciation. Thanks. Emergency pants. Thanks for the Twitch Prime. Oh, yes. And the Necro node is actually why it's so easy to be rest capped. So normally, what I would have is I would have at least crafted resist on all pieces of my gear, and then we would still be rest capped without the Necro node. That's why you died at the wild boss? Yes. If I have to there, I probably wouldn't have. So again, I really do want slower projectiles soon here, because that does help a bit. Obviously, it's not like we have low single target damage. You can see that he is dying very quickly here. But it's always nice with more. Curse on hit support, very, very nice as well. So now we want to start thinking about getting a blue, blue, green. And ideally blue, blue, green, green. Because then we could get, for example, Frenzy and like barrage support wouldn't be bad. What level is barrage support? I'm pretty sure that's 38 too. Get some alterations and some trans stuff. Yeah, you can stun light. Orb of Storm's Wave of Conviction is faster than this generally, I think. Right. So, let's look for chests. Is this act? Yeah, definitely this act. Where's the chest? Not what I want. We can go back one act and look as well. We do have 4 link gloves there, and we have 1 fusing, and we have 1 dream. This is going to 4 link. Narrator, it didn't. Sometimes it would be nice to just have a narrator like Campton or something just sitting in the background. It's like, it didn't. We don't have enough fusings. Right. Blue, green would be completely fine too. Like, no chests. Very, very unlucky here on links. Like, these don't have movement speeds. We can buy those and throw a fusing into those later. The chrome here, but it's for one ult. That's not worth buying. You look like I feel. Oh, thank you. How do you feel good, dude? Just get it for a link. We're trying. Did I get the texture skill point already? So generally, like, you should, while leveling, just grab every skill point. There's no real reason not to. You don't really save time by skipping skill points. Happy to be here, but tired? No, I'm really awake. I have, like, permanent resting tired face. It's like some people have, like, resting bitch face. I have resting tired face. Right. So, now we're gonna go kill the Rezo. But you really want to make sure that you're cold rest cap for the Rezo. He's like one of the things fairly early on that can definitely kill you very easily. Your hair is lit. Thank you. It is gonna get cut pretty soon. My girlfriend is gonna like cut it and probably get all the blue out of it. And I don't have any bleach, so I'm not gonna re-dye it for now. And hairdressers are still closed here because of Corona. So resting face. Did he get a blue, green there? No, tank. Yeah, people always ask me if I'm tired. A lot of people always ask me if I'm drunk as well. I've sometimes been like not invited or let into bars because they think I'm high or drunk when I don't drink. Well, not anymore anyway. And while I've been sober, I mean, but like, yeah. I guess I just have one of those faces. Ah, well, it's all dead detonated. I have a guide for that, but again, would not like, a lot of people are very, very like scanning through build guides and stuff right now for what to do in Harvest. You're kind of wasting your time. You really want to wait for patch notes, guys. You really do. Okay, let's just log out here. Well, we can pick that up just in case it's instant. Give me patch notes free. So, I even have any chromes? I don't, but at least we did get a blue, green, and I can use that. We can use that for the ball lightning very, very easily. Didn't get instant there, and the others need fusings. We don't have a level. Let's just, you know what, before we do Belly the Beast, let's get a level to like reset the vendors. Just gonna go come strong real quick. Don't really need this, but we are like fairly like gimpy gear here. Yeah, patch notes are usually on like Wednesday morning or something. Bex has like his schedule posted somewhere. Pretty sure it's like Wednesday morning, like 4 a.m. for me on Wednesday or something. Last one's came at about midnight or 2 a.m. I will be staying up for patch notes. So I'll be like doing, I'll be doing everything explained from maps. So if you're a little unsure on like what to do when you've like just killed Kitava and you're getting to maps, then I'm going to be like covering all of that too. On either this or the melee build, or both if we get a lot of time, but we'll see. When do you record all your build videos? So as soon as patch notes come out, I have like 40 hours where we do like 2 20-hour sessions of recording videos off stream. Right. Oh, it's actually just a text requirement holding me back right now. You know, I'm actually just going to get rid of this because that was just something I wanted as a demonstration, not something I actually care about using. And then we can get precision here just to get a little bit more dex, and that also gives me movement speed, which is one of the things I value quite highly. So we're going to put in here controlled, ball lightning, Spellslinger, and then we're going to go by slower projectile. And now I need to get a like glove or something with a green, blue. Would be quite nice. Hey, please, you're killing me. You're killing me. We can buy those for now, just so at least we have a green. And I do need to... I don't have chromes for anything either. Thank you for the 41 months, Vala. When did you start adjusting your sleep schedule for you? Sorry, yesterday. There's a chrome claw. Thank you. I have a hard time seeing those. I just realized this game must be horrible for colorblind people. There's no 4-link that we can really use either, and we don't have any fusings. Just throw one here, because I just need one green, and we didn't get that, which is unfortunate. Why is thank you for the 16 months? Why is slower projectiles good for single target? Because obviously it's a damage supporting gem, and it also, let's see, actually let's just buy one here, and then throw an elk on it. Not particularly great. Okay. Rather have more flat. Rather have a higher base, but we don't have transmutes. Well, we can buy one. Yeah, so solar projectile, like, it's obviously a damage support gem, but it's also making ball lightning stay on the boss for longer. Any tips for adjusting sleep schedule? Just don't sleep, lol. Okay, that's pretty much it. We're just valid and hope it turns rare. Not a really good roll though. Right, okay. You know what? Goodbye, Chaos Orb. Nothing really good. I mean, I could craft that. You know what? We'll find one later. We'll find one later. We'll throw that in here. We don't need Herald of Ice at all anymore. And then we can just do Frenzy and just smoke one here. We do have we have at this point unlocked the second wind gem as well, which is great. I usually use that, but Spellslinger Q can sometimes be a little bit socket starved. Cocaine helps too. I think generally, like, if you ever get to the point with anything you're doing where you start relying on things, especially long term to stay up, you're just going to eventually escalate, and it's going to become a bigger problem. That's why I, like, when I started streaming, I relied quite heavily on energy drinks. I cut that out hard because I was like, this is, like, not really sustainable long term. So now I just drink Coke instead. And just don't really drink a lot of energy drinks. It's like now and again if I like something I just want to drink. Like Red Bull. But not something I like. I would chug like 6 to 8 energy drinks a day. You do Coke? I drink Coca-Cola, yes. Never ever done actual drugs. Unless you consider caffeine. Coke also kills. Damn, you're also doing Coke? No wonder you look fucked all the time. Actually, that's because, like, your mom added me and just really feisty lady. Do you ever do Trade League Tuts? I'm not sure what that means. Also, sorry, that was just right there. I could not take it. Like, when I see your mom joke, and it's just right there. Yes. Sorry, I forgot Story Push. Let's go get that. I think your mom jokes is, like, my favorite. There's, like, nothing that gets better. It's the highest. It's the pinnacle of humor. Let's go get that there. Oh, I have to do library. We need a Spellslinger starter guide, please. Whew! It's... With the power of my hand, I have put that on YouTube. Spellslinger starter guide is on YouTube. If you want one for the upcoming league, well, we need past notes first. What level are you putting Eloina's on? As soon as we get the sockets for it. I mean, I could already use it right now in self-curse, and that's usually worth it. I usually would. But it's very nice with the fact that you can just automate it with curse on hit and putting it on frenzy. Which we will be doing pretty soon. Not getting many sockets. It's usually on Wednesdays in like 2 days. No, not really accuracy. We have a plan for planning builds. What's the schedule? So basically, as soon as patch notes come out, that's all I do. We just go to town and make builds. Gucci Pradas with the Hode. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. And for any of my viewers who aren't familiar, Gucci has started streaming a lot. one of the best, arguably in my opinion, the best Path of Exile player, because Gucci plays in Singapore and has crazy load times. So in short races, if he didn't have those crazy long times, he would be unbeatable. Good to see you, Gucci. Thank you for the host, dude. How are you doing? So here is a little quick tutorial on piety. If you're from New Zealand, moving around in a circle might be a bit of an issue. There's a colleague of mine that has been known to like struggle on this, but moving around, especially staying close to the beam, not so close that you're actually taking damage while continuously moving, is an excellent tactic for successfully beating this boss. Hey Ambi, how are you doing? Wednesday, Nova. I'm good, hit a sub goal, did a herald, agony jug, swapping to hug with level 1 gems from library was not a good idea. Ugh. I love Quinn, I just... Can you speak with a British accent, sis? No, not really. Not really. We're also just trying to like, give as many tips as possible. But yeah, so... at this point as well, now we're getting to bosses where like Decoy Totem is particularly great if you're new and struggling a bit with survival. Dodri in particular is known to kill a lot of people. Something a lot of people don't know about Dodri as well, which is important to remember, is if you curse Dodri, she gets a huge damage buff and will hurt a lot more. What do you look for first on a wand? So flat added damage to attacks or spells is, well, currently flat damage to spells is the best. But for example, it adds half of flat damage to attacks right now. So right now we're getting 1 to 2 cold damage to spells from that 2 to 4 damage to cold. So yeah, cold damage to spells is still the best stat for us right now. That is a really, really good wand, and it has an open prefix. So this is an example of pretty much like a best in slot wand for leveling. This is going to be very, very hard to find a replacement for another like 10 levels or something. So now what we're going to do is we're going to craft lightning damage, ideally this craft, 2 attacks. So we need 2 alchemies. I only have 1 alchemy, so I need 1 more. But we're going to start using that already. Let's look at the arc, how much of a damage upgrade. This is 560 to 663 without crafting anything. It'll probably be around 700 or 800 once we craft it. It's every Dodri, yeah. I don't, Andrew. I haven't seen patch notes yet. Probably the worst thing about being a streamer, which is patch notes being asked about. Must be worse for banks. Do you know, I really do need to find out how to turn on subtitles. It's like kind of like, it's a bit of a pain to turn on subtitles. It is a bit of a pain, but I know there's a few like, there's a few deaf people that like enjoy watching and stuff and have like requested they want to hear what I say. Well, see what I say, I guess. They really should get it because there are like automatic like text stuff. Deaf, 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 deaf. Read lips? Yeah, so there are actually quite a lot of, at least 3 people, one of my subs as well, can pretty much perfectly read lips. The reason I found out, I was on a phone call one time with like my dentist, or a hairdresser or something, and I didn't think, I just like was on the phone, muted my microphone and talked. And my sub messaged me and transcribed the entire conversation and only got 2 or 3 things wrong. And was like, just as a quick example, that reading lips is not just a thing from the movies. And be very, very careful while like saying anything like your address while muted. And I was like, holy shit. So after that, you'll see now, if I'm talking like on the phone like that, then I'll just do it like this. But if I'm saying anything like address or something. Also, this is a great ring. Obviously, life and resist is the main thing you're looking for while leveling. So look at our resist, and then like, is the easiest to replace here. Now, do remember that even though Spellslinger does like grab like the flat added to attacks from your wand, it does not grab your flat added to attacks from like rings, right? Am I getting such a ring at this level too? No, but I have streamer RNG enabled. Oops, I shouldn't have TP'd back down, but that's whatever. Doesn't really matter what type for Spellslinger. Well, I mean, it depends a little bit on what you have on your skill tree for scaling stuff. Right now, we're just scaling like generic elemental damage, but we do have lightning damage here, right? So lightning damage will be slightly better. But most of the stuff we have right now is very, very generic, so it does not matter. What is the ideal stats for wands? Especially during leveling, triple flat added damage to attacks. Which, or like, yeah, triple flat added damage to attacks would be pretty much the best for leveling. And the really, really nice thing as well with attack damage is, for example, right, this one has 21 to 35 fire damage to spells. But you can't craft multiple damage to spells on a 1. But you can craft multiple damage to attacks, like elemental attacks on a 1. Do you think GDD should give build guide maker patch notes a day early so they can get content out? Yes, I do. Especially like people that have been part of the community for a long time, but obviously the more you do stuff like that, the more stuff is going to get leaked. So there's upsides and downsides. What do you think GDD was thinking when they designed this arena? Fuck colorblind people. Is exactly what they were thinking. Literally fuck colorblind people. They are like, they just can't see anything here. Oh, some red on red with some more red and like a little bit of like dark red. Cool. I'm colorblind and yes, I'm fucked. Yeah. That's their motto for everything. Fuck colorblind people. That is not true. In Delirium, it was fuck everybody. We were all the same in Delirium. Nobody could see shit. Didn't matter if you were colorblind or blind or didn't even have a computer. Now in Harvest, it's going to be blue on dark blue. Dog Vision Simulator. We'll see. Let's see. I really want my Frenzy to like, you know, give me something. Where are the linked gloves, dude? Or boots? No fusings, no luck. Nice Gucci. Just don't get hit? Yeah, basically. There's nothing we really need here. We do want barrage support and stuff later. But like spell and stuff doesn't matter here. No golem I care about using. Golems are usually pretty clunky, they die a lot, and they can get you killed. So some examples of golems getting you killed. Incursion. Whenever you enter Incursion, you have an immunity bubble, right? You can't be killed for like, is it 10 or 30 seconds? I can't remember if it counts as a new zone or just like a temporary zone. But whether it's 10 or 30... Whether it's 10 or 30 seconds, what will happen a lot of the time when entering an incursion is that you will enter and all the monsters will start attacking your golems because they do not have an immunity bubble. And a lot of people will then panic, move, and get shot by everything that was aiming for your golem and you will get instantly killed. A lot of bosses as well can like hit slams aimed for your golem or totem or something like that, and then you can walk into it not seeing that the boss is slamming. There's a blue, blue, green shield. Well, I actually want green, green, blue, or green, green, blue, blue. So I do want a 4-link right now. Like steel then? Yeah. It's very easy to die to. There's a lot of things that are easy to die to. Yeah, chain as well can very easily get you killed. Now, it depends a little bit on what you're doing, and you can obviously like stay really aware. But the more things you have that are just like, you know, being a potential that can kill you, it's, yeah, pretty hectic. As you see now, we don't like have anything particular and or special for this build, and it's like, it's just like running through content, right? This is why, like, depending on nerfs, it's going to be really hard for racing. You are a little bit pigeonholed into builds because like there are some things that are just so strong, especially on SSF, where, you know, everything works. Which is definitely like, this is something that, depending on nerfs, could very likely be my starter. Now, like, some other things of, like, depending on push notes that I would love to start with, if I think it's viable. Earthquake with Warcries, that could be so cool. Realistically, not very viable, because it's probably going to be slower, right? Which makes it less viable for me. Another thing that I would love to start with would be something like Dominating Blow or Anime Weapon. Looks so cool, depending on once we get a little bit more info on like Rallying Cry. That sounds like really cool. We're going to put that in here. Then we still have like enough Cold Rest Cap. We got a little bit more life. And then we have an open suffix here to craft resist, depending on what we need once we kill Katava. Trash, thank you for the 38 months. Yeah, maybe mid-rest. Well, I mean, I'm probably going to start skipping league mechanics a little bit for the 100 race, because a lot of the time that is what ends up like losing me the race. Like, usually it's fairly safe to do in tier 1 to 5 maps. Not always. Metamorph being one example of, like, if you remember the spiders in Metamorph, just like completely obliterating anyone, right? Until they got nerfed. Now, they did get hotfixed pretty fast, but the first 3 days you died. This wasn't too bad. How do you apply skills in the tree without clicking the apply button? Oh, that's something I took completely for granted. Thank you for asking that. Control click does it instantly. And remember, you can like control click things out of your inventory into your stash instantly as well. I've been awake that long. I woke up like noon. So I've only been awake 12 hours at the moment. I'm gonna try to take fairly regular stretching breaks as well. Just do like Steel Mage. Only do the league mechanic if streamer Zizaran survives them. Yeah, I know. I really do need to start doing them less. Like, Steel very like avoids doing them. And that honestly is the smart call, right? Like, a lot of people say it's like kind of lame and stuff, but when you're racing and really want to be rank 1, you gotta do anything you can to get an advantage. So now we can very soon get rid of Onslaught on our arc as well. Obviously right now you can see that the arc as well is like clearing pretty nicely. It kills all the white monsters in like one zap. And it'll like probably close to or already one-shot blues once we get another support gem. Was it decent time for Act 1 through 10? Kind of depends with it, whether it's SSF or if you're racing. Around like 2 hours and 30 minutes to Act 10. I think like the fastest I've ever actually done was 2 hours and 3 minutes. But that was with gear and stuff. I think like, what's the fastest SSF record? I think it is actually like 2 hours SSF too. By Tai or Tai23, I can't remember. It's very fast. You can do it when you actually like speedrun practice. Trying to remember now. Pre-boss buff though? True. That was pre-boss buff, you are right. 220? Yeah. So you can go extremely fast even now. Nice chest. Not what I want though. See, and I do need one more alchemy right now. Now, normally you would get a little bit more currency things from the league mechanic. We obviously don't know much about Harvest yet. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a lot of like crafting related things. I mean, obviously the entire league is like craft related, but I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we'll see a large drop. A large lack of drops. Whereas in Delirium was just shitting out currency and drops more than any league, right? And they have said that it's going to definitely not be as much as Delirium. So a lot of people might be in for a rude awakening. Like, if you're doing Delirium in every zone where you're leveling, you could very easily have like 20 chaos while leveling. Whereas normally it could be like 4 to 6 chaos while leveling if you don't do Delirium. Will there be any mapping done in this class? So this we're going to stop at like Act 9. And then on, not tomorrow, but the day after, so on Tuesday, we're going to continue the everything explained of either this or the this or the melee one, and then continue that until maps while waiting for the patch notes. Just like go down and get life. So now we can just like start focusing more on life. Actually, we could take the life nodes here too. Quick recovery isn't terrible because right now, as you can see, we have so much damage, even though we haven't taken damage nodes for a while. We're free to just like focus more on damage, and I don't have much like life on my gear or anything. I have one ring with a decent amount of life. Yeah, with tracks. Lacking reward feeling. Yeah, it might. Like, and I mean, they are obviously doing a lot of like experimenting. they're doing a lot of experimenting now leading up to PoE 2.0, and like you should still be like critical and stuff, but obviously they're gonna try a lot of different things now leading up to that and see what works and what doesn't work. I think people are a bit like quick to bash them, probably me too a bit, but yeah, like reach of the council. When I saw the reach of the council change, I was like, thanks, I hate it. Like, I don't know why. It's like just not a great, very unique. I didn't like it though. You get all this damage just by posting Frenzy. Looks good. Yeah, and I can switch to auto attack as well, and there will be virtually no difference. And then obviously I don't use any mana, so it is very versatile. It means that you don't need to like worry about mana at all. Obviously, a lot of builds while leveling can be like, oh, you like really rely hard on your mana flask. Maybe you need to roll like enduring on it, so that like can be like annoying. Whereas on this, you just yay. Yeah, the endgame version I had was low life with the shops. Yeah, let's just get more life. No one. I'm glad they're taking a step right now if they can nerf up the top end of currency making. Yeah, I mean, there was loads of things. I really do want to make a review, and I saw Mathel did one too. I think that's a really good idea to do, and I've done that a few times in the past where I've done reviews on the league after, like how I felt it went for me and how I felt the league went. I think I've done that like 4 times before, and I think that's a good idea to continue doing. But it's hard to find time for everything at the moment. But Delirium definitely dropped way too much stuff. And I think it's really sad, like somebody mentioned it in chat already as well, that the best way to get, like for example, even like catalysts and like just, or not catalysts, what are the, it is catalysts, isn't it? Like the metamorph jewel currency, like the best way to get that is Delirium. Not actually doing metamorphs. Like it's just not great. Yeah, I'm using Arc. Are there 2 spells on Spellslinger? 4. I'm using Arc, Ball Lightning, and Wave of Conviction. So that's 3. So yeah, 3 Spellslinger setups. Not 4. Oops. And incubators, yeah. Like there's just like, I don't know. It was way too much stuff. And I think power creep in a game is very dangerous. Because if something in one league is just great, then the next thing kind of has to be at least on par or greater, or it's going to feel worse. You really want to try hard to limit power creep, because eventually that'll feel really bad. So for Innocence here, another boss for Decoy Totem is really good. It'll help a lot with the beam. And for any beam skill in Path of Exile, staying very close to the boss and like dodging it by being close to the boss is a lot faster. A lot of the times when you're new, it can feel very tempting to be far away from the boss, and then you like it takes you a lot harder to like outrun the beam and stuff. A lot harder. For the ads he's spawning as well, he spawns exactly 10 ads each time before returning to his fightable state. And in the third one here, he like a lot of the time will like do like the throw, where he'll like throw the ball that that does a shit ton of damage, and it's basically like a bullet hell. Have you crafted any fast yet? No. I'm definitely going to start now at 42. I usually try to get an instant fast. Around level 30 is really good if you're worried about survival on hardcore. I do have 8 alterations now, so I'll throw a few on. There, instant, super worth, and this we can use all the way up to level 60. I'm not gonna like craft anything at higher levels now until I get that. Doesn't really matter what we choose here. Volleying those and trying to get, for example, Corrupting Blood would sell for quite a bit. Played your Spellslinger Volta led for this league, and it's a fun build. Yeah, it is great. It is great. Right, let's see. So, I am going to go stretch real quick, and then we will continue. The series is super useful. I always feel like I don't know anything when playing this game, no matter how far I get. I'm glad you like it. So, like, I know this series isn't that, like, structured and stuff, and it's kind of hard to do that, especially with the Everything Explains. What I do is I just try to, like, literally just the entire 6 hours, I just try to, like, say as many tips as I can. Now, obviously, I'm going to digress, talk about stories and stuff like that, especially because I am still streaming. but I do just try to like unload as many tips as possible, and sometimes that is things that I like remember when doing it, right? But I do have to like ignore things that I have like already explained a lot, because obviously people are going to be coming in late and I can't just like keep repeating things. So now we're going to switch and get a silver flask. That means that I can now what we could do then is get like a triple blue here for my arc, or a 4 blue, which would be really great. We do need like ideally a green green blue blue as well. Let's go get Bannon here. Yeah, okay, 100%. We'll go get Bannon. So if you do see that a question I've answered a lot gets asked, please feel free to help answer that. Repeating is also useful. Yeah, but there's a difference between repeating something twice, but also getting asked about it every 3 minutes. Like, that does happen a lot. And like we do have a big community here with a lot of helpful people, and generally a lot will help answer questions, and that is super appreciated. There's a green, green, blue there. I do need at least blue, blue, green. I do really want green, green, blue, blue. And like 4 blue boots. Let's go check some other vendors. How do you feel about repeating things? I don't mind most of the time. Like, most people aren't asking you to repeat things to be dicks. They just came in late and stuff. And like, obviously I have very limited time now before the league start. So most people aren't like trying to troll or anything like that. And obviously I'm just doing my best to try to help new players and experienced players as much as we can. Yeah, there's still like nothing. I don't think I've ever been this unlucky on sockets. Are you happy? I've been very happy the past 3 days. Extremely happy. I'd say 2 days ago was the happiest day in the last year. Let's see. Go stretch? Yeah. I'll go stretch. Friday? Was it Friday? Whatever day I got verified. Why? Well, I had a great stream, got verified on Twitter, and I had 2 like insane Dota games. I did like 28-1 on Windrunner and like completely smashed it. It was just like bullying. It felt like, you know, everyone was the same rank pretty much in the game, but it felt like joining a game where I was like playing against people who just started playing. It was just bullying. It was great. Do you stretch like Summit? No, I don't like weed. I tried it twice, didn't like it. I'm gonna be alright. Be right back. Do you know what? I should find a vase or something and just like accidentally bring a vase back on stream while going on a stretching break. Oh, hi YouTube. Hi. Yeah, I'm still a little bit like surprised that these do so well on YouTube. Like there's like a lot of the like play with me's have like 60 to 150,000 views, and there's everything explained with 200,000 views, and they're all like 6 to 7 hour videos. It's kind of crazy because that's very much not the Twitch or sorry the YouTube meta. Generally, the YouTube meta is like crazy amount of jump cuts, 10-minute videos, usually some sponsored content at the start. I kind of hate a lot of YouTube content. Thanks, Lupus. Would you change anything if you weren't going hardcore but still SSF? No, realistically no. I mean, you could take less life nodes, but I would probably play it the same. Well, it's not just more like specifically lately. This is more like the last year, so not just a Corona thing. Why isn't the PoE community toxic like other live service games? It's been very, very easy as a new player to get information and help on the game. Well, so I can see that you haven't been on Reddit yet, and I would avoid staying away. No, I'm just kidding. Generally, like games that aren't PvP related will be pretty positive. There's not that many like meme streams and toxic streams on PoE as well, and like all the streamers are pretty good friends. Very, very little drama. Very, very little drama in the community. Like there'll be some times where someone will try to find somebody's phone number to buy their items and cross some fucking boundaries there, but you know, it's usually pretty chill. Like at the end of the day, in Path of Exile, when something goes wrong and you fuck up as a player, you're not gonna blame your teammates. You're gonna blame the game. Obviously not yourself, because human beings don't do that. It's never your fault. But yeah, you're gonna blame the game or something else, not other people. So it's generally like less toxic. Shitting on Reddit and Twitch chat is the funniest thing ever. I know. I mean, I use Reddit all the time. It's generally not that bad. There's just a few times where Reddit goes a little bit over the top. He's generally pretty positive too. Listening Twitch, I think they're far above Reddit. I mean, there's always an us versus them. Twitch versus Reddit. Most people here probably post and read on Reddit quite a lot. And a lot of things is just because you haven't tried them as well. Like, I'm sure there's loads of people that like don't like watch Twitch right now, but are watching on YouTube and being like, sounds like a hassle. Like looking at something new, trying something new. I don't like. Change is bad, dude. Old is always better. So like, you know, it's just like what you're used to. But Twitch is really fun. You guys should come join us at some point. Say hi. If you got this far, write kangaroo in the comments. Nice. Yeah, Amber, for sure. We're all kappas. Alright, let's see. We did level up again. I'm gonna check the vendor. Being very, very unlucky here. All I want is to do a curse on hit. I do have chromes. It's just no 4-link. Please, game. Please. And I still don't have one more alchemy. Should do more delirium. I have like barely done any well leveling. I'll check one more in Act 4. Nice, best person. On this, I could just kill them all. Bandits for skill points. I wonder if we're still on Twitch front page as well. I was on front page today. Twitch invited me to be a Twitch ambassador. See, I don't think I'm on there anymore. Now, just out of curiosity, now that we're no longer on front page, are there anyone here that found us through front page? Yeah, Necro's better. Me. I hate you, Ambu. Me? You've been there since 2016. I hate you all. No one. It's front page is so weird. Very like hard to find people or get people through that. Me. We hate you too. Well, good. Dr. Rock, thank you for the 11 months. Jazz, thank you for the 16 months. Right. Okay, we're still not getting any. So let's move. You missed my sub. Well, I apologize. I will lurch off to make it a little bit less awful for YouTube. Mootune, thank you for the 1 year resub, dude. Thank you so much. I'm sorry for missing you. I found you through the front page like 2 years ago. Really? I found you through Empire Super Kid, yeah? Nice. I hate you, Shinobi. Thank you. Oh, no, I wasn't. It was somebody else, Ember. And yeah, you've been watching for like 5 years. Front page is 99% of people playing games that don't interest me. Yeah, 100%. Now I'm a Twitch ambassador and on the Twitch council, and I'm verified on Twitter.
There'll be no stopping me soon.
Noob, thank you for the Twitch Prime. I found you through Pornhub. Oh, nice, Dr. Rock. Thank you, Sufferonis. Thank you for the Twitch Prime. You're barely on LSF? Yeah, I think I've only been on like 10 times. The last time for like eating shit and falling off my chair. That was a good clip. I like that. That's it. To be fair, I've only been on like LSF for like positive things, which is kind of nice. I found you on Christian Mingle. I found you through the Polish Rat. Good times, dude. It's always fun to play with Rice. Yeah, I was surprised. You followed Rise and subbed to Rise for so long, dude. I had no idea. Like, that's crazy. It's like 80 months or some shit. According to Pause, if you're verified on Twitter, you're famous. There's like, in the UK, there's some sort of like really, really weird requirement for technically being famous. I think it's like 15 or 30,000 people on any social media. He's like, oh, scam train, Pog, Bath, thank you for the 19 months. Well, Xavier, yeah. You can buy that for $100, probably. Well, evil. Brandon, thank you for the 55 months, dude. I forgot to reply to you, didn't I? Do you remember that time when you had your stream listed as not public, so you were actually unfindable? Yeah. Oh, nice, Sil. Thanks,Ivicus. Thank you for the chair. So now on Kitava, another boss where Decoy is really good. Stibnite can be really good as well. Act 5 Kitava is generally harder than Act 10 Kitava by quite a lot, and that is because of those two slams that he has. Act 10 Kitava doesn't have any slams, and they should be switched, because it would be better that the game is progressively harder, and not having like the hardest fight here. So like the monsters is the hardest fight of both fights, but like this Kitava itself is a lot harder. Now obviously you want to have a little bit more life for this if you want to be safe, maybe 1.4 or 1.5. Kotsumus, thank you for the 4 months. But generally, just moving around a lot. It's fine. It's only harder for good players, trust me. I think more people die at Act 5 than at Act 10. No, Fiddy. Todori is the true final boss. So, now remember that once you kill Kitava, you do lose 30 to all your resistances. So, now you need to start thinking about crafting a little more. Oops. I was gonna go hide out there, but we'll do that once we get to town. No idea goes there. Currently busy. We're not looking at any posts right now. Yeah, Malachi's hard. So now we're gonna craft. And like, if you look at my items, there's nothing like super special. But we're definitely going to, we'll craft resists here. We need fire resist. I wish I did have more alchemies free. I do have one. Here in the regret that I can buy off the vendor, but we're not going to do that because I need 2 alchemies for my weapon craft. Oh, nice, Sil. But like for Act 6, you should already be like rest cap right after you kill Kitava, ideally. Ideally. But yeah, the fire rest early on can kill you. How do you flame rush immediately after spoke mine throw TP? It's right after detonating the mine. You just click it. It's always instant. Mouse button 5 for me. Right, let's go check the vendor. I do still want green, green, blue, blue. Getting a little bit ridiculously unlucky here on sockets. No nice boots, no nice gloves. I want to play hardcore, but I have my fears or concerns. Generally, you kind of got to be okay or even enjoy a bit to die and start over and get a fresh start and maybe like look at it as a way of improving the character. Like the thing that I also like did especially a lot early on when playing hardcore was always start a new character instantly after dying. Just like instantly like, well, I died, we go again. And get to at least like Act 2 or 3. Like if you're really tired, get to at least Act 2 or 3 before quitting. Because I feel like it's a lot more discouraging to log in and start entirely from scratch, at least in my opinion. Hey, Pescar. Barful, thank you for the 18 months. Appreciate that. So that's like the tip for me. Now, this quest that we're doing now is not a side point or skill point quest, I mean. But this will let you buy all the skills in the game, any gem that any character can buy. Which there shouldn't be any locking on anyway, in my opinion. But hey, and then this is also needed to do, like you need to do this if you want to be able to buy everything from the girl in Act 10. So, just gonna pick everything up here because we're kind of low on transmutes. I've been terribly lazy. That's why there's no delirium. We're on standard now. That's why. I'm an idiot. Anyway. So, we're gonna vendor these for transmutes. Keep that just in case we find like blue, 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 blue on something else. It's like almost usable, but it is not linked and we don't have fusings, nor do we have transmutes. Oh, it's just chests, dude. Crazy. It's fine, Astronomist. Most people don't use it. Most people don't use those nodes. Thank you for the Twitch Prime, Adelbert. Yeah, cartoon. I don't know, Karis. I haven't seen the patch notes. Depends after the patch notes, Jack. Worst thing about being a streamer, friends. Worst thing. Generally means that it's usually pretty great. So smart to do in NA streams also helps you get into the start mode. Yeah, just like a lot of people that can't always catch like the earlier streams that I've been doing at the moment. Hey, Amy. Digital, thank you for the Twitch Prime, dude. Appreciate it. Right, we're just gonna continue. We're not completely resist capped. I also don't have more transmutes and stuff. Well, I mean, I could buy. We only need. Yeah, why not, dude? I can buy at least one more. Or two more, why not? There, we'll buy two more and fix my resist real quick. Are you sure? Yeah, cluster jewels are a lot better. Fire S. You use it early on, but that's still fine. Not the end of the world. Cluster jewels are king. And from the sounds of it, they're incredibly easy to get in the new league. They're guaranteed. Right, we'll be able to use that soon. Any other streamers reach out to you for help like Lyric? Well, like, he didn't really reach out to me for help. He just like watched for some guides and said that he wished more guides had where to buy gems and stuff. Waffle asked me and like for help when he started playing Path of Exile. He's always been like really cool to talk to and hang out with. That's the main one. A couple other people as well. But no, like generally most people like probably want to like learn games on their own. Like most people don't want like help and coaching and stuff. For the anointment, not for the notice. Oh no, no, no. You wouldn't anoint those anyway. 100% would not anoint those. Never. To learn all the PoE stuff on your own. Right. And obviously that's a hard thing for Path of Exile, but people that are coming to it might not realize that. Like, Path of Exile is a game where, like, you can obviously learn most things on your own, but it's gonna take a lot of, like, Googling and looking things up, so... Well, so I wouldn't call that on your own, I guess. So as you can see, our damage now is pretty great. We are, like, even killing, like, the uniques fairly quickly now. So, like, just as, like, a quick look at what we're using, now we have, like, the Bolt Lightning with slower projectiles, control destruction. Arc is still with Onslaught, and that's it. And we don't need that anymore because we do have Silver. Like, it helps keep a little bit more uptime. But I'm just a little bit scuffed on links, and there's no, like, hey there. Perfect. There's no, thing that I need to change right now. There, let's try to get green, green, blue, blue. Please, game. I hate everything. So, we need more chromes again. We could go, if it gets 4 blue, we could keep that. What is the reason for using Spellslinger to level? Is it more efficient than other spells? Well, if you see now, it's a shit ton of damage because it, like, makes it so easy, like, to get, for example, a wand, and it is, even though it's similar to, like, you know, Spell Totem, and those kinds of things, or, like, you know, Unleash for quality of life for casting. However, this one it adds so much damage because it takes the damage off your wand and adds it as spell damage to all the spells. So it's, like, extremely strong. That's why you can see that even though we have completely shit gear, we're, like, breezing through everything. I'm rest capped, basically, not on cold rest. I have an okay amount of life. Actually, a little bit low. I would normally want to be like 1.5k or something here. But if we look at my gear, I have these beautiful steel scale gauntlets. I have a sapphire ring here with 1 resist, a little bit of life. This is fairly nice. And like, but obviously the rest of my gear is usually better, and then probably the ring worse. Another, like, just like random ass ring here. Random ass boots. I think I found these at, yeah, level 3. A white belt. Crafted lightning rest, crafted fire rest, and then a wand here that as soon as we find an alchemy, we don't have a blessed orb. Can't bless one without having one. Son of 7S. Need to have the currency to use it. But yeah, so yeah, as you see here, very, very little gear. And it is just blasting through everything. It's extremely strong. Yeah, this is basically Lightning Spellslinger right now. And Volatile Dead Spellslinger as well, completely fine by now, really, really strong as well. Makes bosses even easier because you can pre-stack, like, so many Volatile Dead balls. But there's something nice about using art. Sounds. And like I said earlier as well, and this is something really, really worth repeating, the best thing about Spellslinger is that virtually any wand is going to be great for your damage. So if you look at my wand right now, it has the 23 to 41 cold damage to attacks, which is huge because through Spellslinger that becomes cold damage to spells. And then here we have 21 to 35 fire damage to spells. Speaks for itself. The implicit, the physical damage here on the weapon, 26 to 48 flat physical. That becomes physical damage to spells. And then I have cold damage, which doesn't really do anything with our current setup. But we also have an open prefix that as soon as I get one more alchemy, I can craft flat physical, or sorry, flat lightning damage. But I need one more alchemy for that. So it's just so great to get, like, a really, really beefy one very easily. And if this had, like, flat fizz and percentage fizz, that would be usable too. Obviously slightly worse than the elemental rules because we are using elemental overload. But a lot of my scaling is very generic. With, like, here we have spell damage, a lot of spell damage here, a little bit of lightning here, elemental damage here, elemental overload here, and then a lot of it is minion damage. I have not tried the chaos one. Yeah, Marty. I have not tried it yet, but I've heard really, really good things. And right now, one of our clearing spells is just Arc, right? It's unlinked, basically. It's just Arc and Onslaught. No damage gem. Support gem. So, very, very great. These things are so tanky, dude. It's insane. They used to be a bit tankier, too. So, if not corruption, what other options are there for annoyance? This toxic rain trickster? Dirty technique? Yeah, dirty technique is one. There are loads. Well, for toxic rain, yeah, it's different. For specifically ED and stuff, there's a lot of like things like prodigal perfection and arcane swiftness that are really good. But, I mean, I'm pretty sure there's one of the hidden ones that are really good too. Also, a lot of people do utility ones like crystal skin. Now and again, reckon it too. No, Tobes. Let's see, and like normally as well, like I would do all the trials while getting to them. I think I've already done them, so I just want to skip them on this playthrough, just so we can like rush through to Act 9, and that's generally like a nice place to end the Everything Explains, because like not much changes. Generally, the way I would continue from Act 9, quite often I would farm Blood Aqueduct. Depending a little bit on the build, sometimes to like level 65 till 70, but want to be really safe, and it's a bit of a weak build early to level 72, sometimes even 74. Not done that for a long time, to be honest. What else? And then we have like the Act 9, you just breeze through it while being a bit over leveled, and then Kitava is very, very easy then as well, especially on spell builds where you do have like over level gems and stuff. And then I'm going to do an Everything Explained part 2, which is going to be Kitava and maps basically. Ugh. Then in not too long we'll ascend as well. I usually explain or ascend in Act 7. Harvest is going to make Tabitha worth this. We'll see. I haven't seen all the crafts and stuff yet. I appreciate like no spoilers on the new stuff because I don't have time to watch that right now while we're doing this. Would appreciate that. No bar support. We are strapped for links is what we're currently working on. Currently working on links. Any more chromes? But usually I would have like frenzy, barrage support, curse on hit, and then it depends a little bit. So if you are like pure lightning, which you're usually not, you could do conductivity. Generally on Spellslinger, I would use elemental weakness. That changes a little bit based on your damage. So if we look at the damage makeup of, for example, Bull Lightning now, you'll see like 50 to 94 is physical, 64 or changes a bit. 71 to 118 is fire damage, 51 to 86 is cold, and 49 to 959 is lightning. Now, conductivity, like I was like a tiny chance more for being shocked and maybe a little bit more damage with quality or something. Can't remember exactly, but generally elemental weakness is what I prefer, because a lot of the time you'll end up getting like quite a lot of damage to other things than just lightning. So it is quite nice. Yeah, blind can be great. Blind can definitely be great. Let's see. And then we're just gonna grab the last life node I have access to here. Then we should have a very, very easy time of the boss. This is another boss fight that can be very, very rippy and does have a lot of slam damage. So if you see, like, it's... Oh, I actually got hit, but avoided it there. Or blocked it, I think, because my character got stunned. But generally, like, moving in a circle and not, like, standing still like this and attacking, like, moving around a lot is generally what you want to get used to. Thanks, Sam said. And then he will either open up with that attack or the slam. That alternates a little bit. And like flame dashing through bosses and stuff and getting used to that, like gives you a lot of like power or what you can do. The fact that flame dash is instant now makes like most bosses so much easier to avoid things. But that's a lot of like habit and stuff as well. Crystal Wand, we're going to see if that's any good. Right now I'm trying to pick up a little bit more stuff. We'll ID these, see if we get like a nice boot upgrade. No, then we're going to take those and sell those for transmutes. We do want more. I think Orb Storms is faster. I don't know. The new chaos thing sounds pretty fast too, but I haven't tried it. Pick that up in a second. We'll vendor these unID'd for transmutes. ID the one to see if it's awesome. It is not. I need chromes. There. The minion nodes stay in the endgame version? Yeah, I have a full guide on this on YouTube too. I can take that, I guess, and see if it gets good. It does have life, but I actually need the fire vessel crafted on mine. There's no suffix on that, so we're not going to keep it. Go over what to keep if the person doesn't have stash tabs. So right now, I'm virtually not really using my stash tabs. This is just random trash that I am never going to end up using except this. Everything I have is in my inventory. It's very, very hard and case by case to determine what you should keep or not. And playing the game with only 4 stash tabs is very difficult. I would definitely recommend, like, if you are poor and can't afford stash tabs or don't want to buy them, I would recommend making multiple accounts and trade between them to get some more space, because it's very hard. Like, you don't have enough tabs. The game, like, is not exactly fair, especially with maps and stuff. Can you explain basically what you get out of giving things to the vendor, ID'd and unID'd? Magic versus rare? Sure, so identified things will always sell for like alteration shards, alchemy shards, and unID'd things, except uniques, you have to ID to them to vendor. But unID'd blues and rares will sell for transmutation shards. So some I sold there unID'd because I need more transmutes, but you also do need, like, you do need to like a balance of both. Can't find a guide for this build on YouTube. Yep, should be on YouTube. However, do remember that there is a new patch coming now, so the guide is going to be outdated and will not be viable for harvest. Well, there's a chance it won't be viable for harvest. Right, I need chromes. I really have a hard time looking for blue, blue, green. Don't know if it's just me. Not linked. A new what? A new patch. New content. You know what? Shh. Never worth it, but... Damn. There's a blue, blue, green you missed? What was it? But, like, I really just want... I need red, green, blue. I need chromes. Wait, there's one there, isn't there? No. I need chromes right now. We'll go back one. Free content. Yeah, no, I mean, they do an insane amount of content for free, but still. A bit rough with 4 tabs still. Right, Bannon, give me a chrome. We get a new shield. Don't have any essences or anything though. Will you be updating your other guides? No. Like, I'll update some that I think will be good for the new league, but like, I have a lot of guides, so I will not be able to update all of them. You know, if I got either green, green, blue, or I mean full blue, or like blue, blue, green, green, that would have both been fine, but it's only gone to combos I can't use. It's really annoying. Bestiary would help? What? I don't have any bestiary stuff that would help. None of the chrome stuff, none of the jewelry stuff. So, normally, and quite a lot of the time, I will skip Abrath while leveling. This build, while I don't have a lot of life right now, I can like pretty comfortably dodge everything that Abrath has. So I'm not very, very likely to die to him. And the fight is going to be over pretty quickly because I do have so much damage. Definitely pretty easy to skip and like go to Volatile Dead or something by now. And then it'd be even easier boss killing. Is already better than yours? No, because I would need to craft lightning rest on it. So I'm gonna wait until I get an essence. Eee, I got hit. There. Camera movement feels different. What, in Path of Exile? No, nothing's changed. And what actually changed from 2/1s to 1 and shield? As soon as you get Spellslinger, there's no benefit to dual wielding. Does this say what build he was starting with? I did. It's Conversion Trap is what we're going to be doing. Let's see. Let's grab all that. Just that's how you ideating it all. No idea, Einstein. Alright, let's see. Nothing useful. No extra damage on spells if you dual wield 2 high damage ones? No, because it's going to alternate. It will alternate and give you... Did I even... I didn't get the skill point, did I? Is he gay? Not yet. Not yet. But $5 is $5. The things the streamer would do for a Twitch Prime. Right, let's see. There's a red, blue, blue, green helmet there. There. Oh. What do you mean, sister? They do. But do you switch tabs in the shop stash fast? Just click them. I just click them. Nice waste of points. But yeah, so now we're going to continue, and especially if you're in hardcore, and if you're feeling a little bit weak, you've just entered Act 6 after the resist penalty and stuff like that. What you can do is you can skip both Roslotha and Abrath, or especially Abrath, because he's a little bit more dangerous. You can skip him until... I could just alch those. Also get one. I have like no essences. You can skip those until like maybe you're in Act 8 or 9, and then there'll be a breeze, especially as a spell. Spell builds really scale extremely decently with just leveling. Oops. There. Oh, I'll give in. Nice. I'm not checking any updates right now though. If you win the level 100 race, I will resub till 2021. Nice. Well, I will do my best to not disappoint you. The one benefit of dual wanding is that it's easier to get high offense wand than a high offense shield. No. That is not true. That doesn't matter. Because you would need like there's no benefit. There's no benefit because like there's zero benefit. You're thinking about it completely wrong. You're not looking for an offense shield. If I had a one that was completely identical to this, I wouldn't be getting any damage. It's alternating. Left one, right one, left one, right one. The only thing that would then benefit is if I had like 50 spell damage or something on that. That will work for both, but that's not worth like the benefit. That's not worth it at all. And then if one had one example of what could trick you into thinking that is the case, right? Let's say that this one has loads of damage to like attacks and spells and stuff like that, and then another one here has 60% spell damage. Like putting that on then will increase your tooltip. However, whenever your spell is being launched with the spell damage one, you're not getting any of the flat damage here, so you're going to be losing loads of damage. Just the tooltip won't actually show you that. So you do not want to dual wield on this build. There's no scenario where you want to dual wield on this build. Shield is always better, regardless if you have any offensive stuff. Yes, this is a YouTube video. Do you think that having elusive on the tree will compensate for the loss of glancing blow? Well, I mean, I think a lot of tricksters will still go for glancing blows. With mirrored wands? No. Still not worth it. Definitely don't want to dual wield. XD. Does the added damage to attacks from one make up a decent percentage of the spell's damage? Yes. Life tricksters maybe, yeah. Having the path there? Well, it depends where it is. It'll be like somewhere here. I think they showed it as being here or here. Poet's pen is not worth using at all. It is horrible. It is horrible. Where the hell is this thing? So we're getting another side point quest right now. Yeah. This might look a little bit better than the melee build, and that's obviously like a lot of the melee changes haven't gone in yet. And generally, melee Omega Law, right? Like, melee and ranged heals, or at least melee. Well, especially for leveling, spells have always been king. And probably for quite a while longer. We'll see how this patch goes. But yeah. This is like the main attack this boss has that is pretty scary. It's like, can be like a bit bursty and shotgunny kind of. Pretty sure 2-1 dual wheel still gives block. Why would that matter? My mistake was thinking you didn't care about the flat damage on once for spell slinging. Oh, yeah, you do. But not on the alternating part. I'm just gonna sell it for Chrome and ID those and see if they're crazy. They are pretty good, but gotta have. My god. Right, okay, vendor. Mr. Vendor. Either sell me a nice foiling or another Chrome, please. I've never been this dropped, but I guess I also don't have Delirium. Melee always have to upgrade weapons? Yeah, like this one is completely fine, like you say. Completely fine. So that is a huge benefit of being that being spells. I'm good, Nigel. How are you doing? Good to see you. Currently doing and everything explained. I love that Alc emote. I was playing Dota with Alc yesterday? No, day before yesterday. I think we lost every game. Or maybe we won one game. They were not great games. It was interesting. Free streaming that? No, I don't stream Dota. It shows my toxic side and I don't want people to see it. I'm toxic enough when playing PoE. Hi Foxy, what's up? Was Alex streaming? No, I don't think either of us streams Dota. Just played off stream. I was really sad because I saw somebody in Steel's chat said, I don't want Zizaran to win the 100 race because he's a toxic asshole. So I was like, I wish I could get some more feedback from what I did that made him feel like I was a toxic asshole. Valsar with the tier 3 resub and 46-month resub. Thanks so much, dude. It is always a pleasure to see you. I hate you. I hate you. Good to see you, dude. Because you're mean to Quinn? That's because Quinn's my friend. Of course I'm mean to Quinn. Why would anyone be nice to their friends? Can't remember, Nigel. It caps out the attack speed thing, though. Hey, Biggie, what's up? Good to see you. So with all the Spellslingers active, are you just spamming Frenzy or Smoke Mines? So Frenzy for attacking and then Smoke Mine for moving around. Let's ID those to need more alterations. That for Chrome. Says you're actually scary when mad? I am very scared. You should be scared. There we go. Finally. Oh my god. Now, I don't have an alchemy, but now I also don't have a Chrome. Please give me one green. Okay, thank god. You know, I really do want like the second wind as well, but I don't have room for it. But we can do Curse on hit. We can do Barrage support, which isn't that important. We cannot do Barrage support. So I really need one more alchemy for more damage here. Doesn't matter. We'll do like... I can go get a GMP for free. I don't know if I have enough decks for that. I don't think I do. Maybe I do. But yeah, we can do Curse, Hell Weakness. There. That's already fine. We can do like TMP. I get one for free. I might as well grab it. Oh, nice cry. That's awesome. So if you missed any of the Path of Exile University videos, they are all on YouTube now. Oh, damn it. I'd have to buy a level 1 one. Or for an alch. Okay, never mind. We're just going to use LMP for now until we get enough like spare alchemies. What rank are you? Just ancient right now. Climbing though. Pretty low rank. But we're working on it. No, this is just for Spellslinger. That dual wheel's not worth. Barrage being fixed? Maybe. Can I send directly to Elementalist with this build before respecing the Golem Monster? Oh, like if you want to use this as a way to level the Golem Monster? Yeah, you could do that. You could... You don't, like... I'm not really using the Ascendancy right now. Like, this you could level all the way to Act 10 without even ascending. You'll feel completely fine. You'll run through everything. It's just a very, very strong build right now. That's why, like, it's gonna be very, very hard to, like, depends on the patch, obviously, but it's gonna be hard not to choose this as a league starter. But this and Essence Drain are just so nice, especially because we are on SSF. You really want to build that, like, doesn't need any boss drops or unique and can just, like, go with everything, right? And be really powerful. Doesn't need to kill bosses, just needs to be fast. What's the profit of LMP, GMP, or Barrage here? Well, for Barrage, then you're like having higher uptime of casting the actual spells because you're multiple times firing Frenzy. With LMP or GMP, you're just like cursing more monsters. Nice build. I kind of want to avoid reading that until I can see it myself. Kind of busy with this right now. So, we're now going towards the Brine King. Really want to make sure you're cold and lightning resist cap for Brine King. But ideally, by now, you should be resist cap by everything. Again, why like Alira and helping Alira can be really, really good for league start. Emperor, thank you for the tier 2 resub and the 41 months. Thank you, dude. What would be your opinion on a caster having to upgrade their weapon the same way melee does? I think that would be terrible. Like, objectively right now, having to upgrade your weapon all the time doesn't feel great. They should probably add a little bit of quality of life to melee. It doesn't necessarily have to be a lot, but like, and it's almost in an okay spot right now. I don't feel like melee and spells have to be completely balanced. Like, melee later on in the game does like way more damage when you have like insane weapons and stuff, right? Obviously, most people will not get to that point where you have like Savior and stuff like that. But, you know, with proper scaling, melee is insane damage. So I think it's good that they have like very, very separate stuff. Well, Frenda. Why no curse on hit? I am using curse on hit. I'm using curse on hit. Yeah, still. Attack skills? No, not particularly worth. On ones. Curse on hit to arc, so that wouldn't work. I would need I would do like, yeah, there would be no reason to do that. Ideally right now, I'm using it as my, yeah, there's no reason for me to do curse on hit arc right now. First of all, I would need a 4-link, which I don't have. Like, I don't want to get rid of my 4-link single target here. And I'm already getting 4-link, or sorry, I'm getting curse on hit for free right now from my Frenzy. There would be no reason to put it on arc when I'm getting it from Frenzy. Yep, for leveling, thank you. Early bossing is hard and slow with minions, especially if you're unlucky with links. Yeah, Decoy Totem helps a lot with that. Alright, let's see. Got another craft. Why do you use Necromancer Ascendancy? So later on, we do also the Desecrate, Detonate Dead, and it gets a lot of like spell damage. Sorry, Corpse Explosion damage. And then it also lets us use, for example, Spiritual Aid, and then a lot of free minion damage from the Ascendancy. It's also the biggest reason is that you get offerings affect you, and then whenever you pop Bone Offering, very, very easy to get block capped. So it's insane survival and insane damage. One of the better Ascendancies right now. But your arc has no support and you make your frenzy cost more with curse support. So right now I don't have any links. Right now I'm looking to get a 3 blue or a 4 blue to get arc to do more damage. Like the mana cost of frenzy doesn't matter. Does it look like I'm struggling with mana ray? Do you feel like I have mana issues? Like why do you think I would care about my frenzy? you make Frenzy and boots and arc and gloves? But why? Right now, I'm getting Onslaught at least from arc. Like more uptime on my Onslaught. For no benefit. Like the thing you're suggesting is actively bad. And I've explained to you why. Like it's a level 1 Frenzy. The mana stuff does not matter. I wanted 3 or 4 blue for my arc so I can get more damage on it. So using 3 skills triggered by 1 skill? Yes. And even if I do default attack right now, that will trigger everything. That will trigger everything as well. But right now I'm using Frenzy. And then we keep the Frenzy level 1. Also, once you've clicked this thing, if you run directly here, you can instantly go back and Whalem will spawn instantly. Saving you a few seconds here as well. Hey, Emma Lovey, what's up? Not a great one. It's worse than what we've already got. Does this scale well in late game? Yes. But we don't know if it's going to be even usable in the upcoming league. I can't believe I still don't have an additional alchemy. Cannot believe it. 2 hours and 3 minutes, Roberto. Does Corpse Takers, Tech Cosby have a hard cap? Can't remember. I don't think so. This is why you're on the list? Oh yeah, somebody made like a list of like toxic YouTubers that new players should avoid, and it was like Rise, Noogie, me, Quinn, Steel Mage, Dirty Dan. Who else was on like the list of like toxic streamers to avoid? All the good ones? Yeah, I don't know. Mathel was on there too. Like, it's like, I don't know. I really want to DM the person and try to like understand their point of view a little bit. Maybe he like tuned in during a Sunday roast or something, or maybe I was having a really bad day, made a few mom jokes or something. I don't know. Noogie was the rank 1? Oh, really? Noogie's like the most positive dude ever. Like, I can understand Steel being on there. Like, he's super toxic, but... Oh yeah, Q-Talk was on there too. Right, so try to avoid the shield here. That is definitely what you want to avoid the most. And then for this, there's a couple of tips. So obviously, like, you can just like knock a hit and avoid. The other spell that's flying around is a little bit harder to avoid. But there's another trick you can do here, which is particularly good if you're low on defense, not have a lot of life, or you're like low on resistances. You can just portal out to town, go back in, and then woo! You're just AFK until the face comes back. And you can safely put a portal as long as you don't like cast any spells, trigger anything, or do any movement like that. So you're like completely safe like that. And then you can just move around. And boop. And then he's dead. Rise insists, I think, actually a little too high horse. Sometimes it's my only issue with them. Q-Talk is definitely a bit suspect. I watch streams to learn stuff. Q-Talk has all his items. Skin, MTX on top. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I must be doing something, because, like, legitimately, like, quite a lot of people have said lately that I'm toxic, that I'm an asshole, and the high horse comment. So it's not just, like, one person saying it. So there must be something that I'm doing wrong to, like, put people off. Like, generally, I do a bad first impression anyway. But, yeah, I don't know. I wish people, like, let me know a bit more so I could, like, get better. Bro, they're trolling you? No, like, not necessarily. Opening your mouth was the first mistake? I loved your first sight? Well, that's rare. I remember hating you when I first watched your stream and here I am now. Nice. Well, it doesn't really bother me. I just want to like try to improve a little bit and be a little bit more, I don't know, welcoming to new people. Your viewership increased over time, begs to differ. Well, I mean, I can still just because a lot of people like me doesn't mean that the people that don't have like justifiable reasons. I can still like improve a little bit. Like, sure, it's impossible to please everybody, but I'm sure like, I mean, like, especially like last thing, it was like extra cranky. Anyway, I'm gonna go stretch real quick and also do some more coke. So, I'll be right back. To play Dota with you? No, then it would be like cancels these threads. Anyway, I'll be right back. Too straightforward with you, very reasonable. Maybe tech can help you. I guess.
Hello. Hello everybody. I'm back. Now we're going to continue with the lesson.
And remember, if you missed any of the other like Path of Exile University stuff, they are on YouTube now. They're a little bit more, still not very organized or thought out. Like, I know that there's not like super high production quality to either like the Everything Explained or all the like crafting sessions. It was mostly something I threw together and I was like, as a proof of concept thing, like, would people like it? And now I'm hopefully gonna do it as a regular thing every league start. It seems like you've been under a lot of stress lately, and lately I mean since you moved, just made you snappier than usual. I personally don't mind, but I can see that might affect other people. No, I think you're right. I think you're right. I have been a lot more snappy, which is something I'm trying to work on. But I was like fairly unhappy for a while too. You're funny for me. You're the most interactive PoE streamer. You chat a lot too. Only your voice is hard to listen to for a long time. Yeah, I get that a lot. Not always, Matt. You're doing the best educational content. 1,000 PoE hours, and I learn new things from the crafting vids, which is both awesome and sad. That's fair. We need more mom jokes. Do you need brand university classes? No, like, I haven't, like, we don't have enough time, basically. We're running out of time. You know what? I can do this. There, and then we can get a big upgrade here. True of Alderaan. That makes sense. So, like I said earlier, And this can be a little bit confusing because we are using spells, but now crafting the lightning damage to attacks is going to be the best thing we can do here. You don't want to craft spell damage. So like if we look over any of our Spellslinger gems right now, we'll see that 70 or 68% of our damage to attacks is being transferred to spell damage. Yeah, but could you please explain barrage? So with barrage support or barrage, it'll be doing multiple attacks, so it'll be easier to like hit the cap cooldown. Like for example, on Spellslinger at the moment, I need to attack every. What is the actual cooldown? It's still 0.5 seconds. Shift H is slash hideout for me. True still. Thank you, Neon. Appreciate the 23 months, dude. So, now that we're in the Broken Bridge, this is a huge defense buff for any character. Unless you're crit, and then you might have to take the Diamond Flask. But there is a quest here in like a little like ruined fortress. And you will get to pick either a granite, a jade, a basalt, a diamond. I think that's all the ones that really matter anyway. So this quest, 100% worth doing. I usually, for most characters, take a granite here. Jade is extremely strong. Especially if you are a trickster, because of the way it gets energy shield back based on your evasion. I don't have PoE overlay now. I don't use any like third-party stuff except the logout macro. Do you know when the next big races is? No, but I am working on trying to make more stuff happening. That makes sense, Brandon. I'll try to work on that too. Huh. So, these are the choices. I usually go with granite. A granite while leveling, especially with a wild molten shell, will make you virtually immortal. I'm pretty sure I can drop my mana flask now. I can't remember if I still need it. Thanks, Lennox. Maybe I do need it a little bit, but it's such a like. As long as my movement skills are fine, I could probably throw in a level 1 clarity and get a little bit of more base regen in as well. Fist of Lightning on wave formation be better since it has more base damage. Yes. It's probably more efficient. I think I've added Lightning in right now. And since I get so much Fist of spells, I'm pretty sure Fist of Lightning, like I don't think we get it in Act 2. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just a straight up upgrade. I can't remember what's exactly optimal. You're not going to like notice a big change because we're already, as you can see here, just absolutely creaming all the content. But yeah, it should, I'm 90% sure it's better. Whoops. Lol, thanks. Like the ball lightning is really nice for wrapping up things. Wave formation gives more damage and a lot of damage in itself. No, Gloria. It is not. It is not. Yeah, later we'll probably switch to VD. We might just level the entire way with Arc. It's just like a really, really fun leveling experience. But generally, I think like switching in Act 9 anyway, which is generally when this would quit, is quite good. If I continue with this and take this one to maps for the everything explained maps part, then I would probably switch it to Well Till Dead, and we could talk a little bit about the changes and stuff as well. So that could be a nice idea. And then we do that while waiting for patch notes. So we'll basically be continuing the everything explained. That'll be like, if you're ever wondering like how to best approach the start of maps, what to do, and I did do like a mapping tips and tricks video as well, which is up on YouTube. Talks a little about like, because you can like very quickly complete all like the white maps within like 2 hours or something if you're getting to maps. Lol. Well, I mean, it's a lot of people has like very, very different experiences on Twitch too. Like sometimes, especially if I'm doing content like now, where like right now I'm trying to be less interactive with chat and trying to focus more on explaining things as I like remember and come up with them. But I've had sometimes where people write a message in chat, and if you don't instantly reply, they'll say like, "Oh, okay, you didn't reply. Bye." Even though I'm like usually pretty interactive. Thanks, Tavares. So, now we're going to continue here. We don't really need to ascend already. I usually get like the skill point quests before I ascend. So Relic Cash and then the one before Kali, I usually rub those. And with this we have so much damage that we can easily do Growth Call too. Hello Vorva. Thanks Heals. How are you dude? This is Spellslinger, Arc, Wave of Commission, Ball Lightning. Look at that. It's beautiful. I'm a little bit tired, but we're not too far away from finishing here. We'll like run through the last part as well, and like Act 9 is generally like good time to end these, and this one will be obviously faster than the melee playthrough. Do you have a backup plan if Spellslinger nerfed? I mean, like, it's as soon as I look at the patch notes, it'll be like 10 minutes and I'll decide to build. Most likely. Sometimes I'll discuss a little bit with like Havoc, Steel, and Noogie, and what they think about like risks and stuff of different builds. Like, there's a lot of pros and cons to several, usually, when we've seen the patch notes. Like, I would love to do either Earthquake, Anime Weapon, or Dominating Blow. Like, particularly with streaming, I know that people do like seeing some different things. So if I have a lot of faith in that a build is only like 5 or 10% worse than whatever I think would be the best, then I would probably do something that I think people will enjoy watching more. Because obviously like that generally will end up in like more viewers, more subs and stuff like that. And since this is my job, that is obviously something I have to factor in too. Just for like purely winning, then it's probably still going to be like Spellslinger. Can we see the discussion with the others on stream? No. I usually just, the reason for that is usually just right after, well, sometimes we do a podcast with it, but a lot of the time we don't have time because it's just loads and loads of like beginner guide prep. Hey, babe. Alright. So, on this boss as well, movement is key. Madagara can be pretty hard to see sometimes. When he does this, it can be like very, very dangerous, and ideally you do want like granite charges ready for that, because with granite charges, even if he does hit you directly multiple times, you're not going to take a lot of damage. There's no like casting for the race to 100. There's very rarely casting for 100 races because they're so long. We have tried it with method, but obviously it's expensive to pay casters. Even like cheaper ones that like do it for very cheap, it still like adds up to a lot of money, and it's like not exactly like easy to monetize. So it is problematic. It's very hard to like come up with good content. That is like interesting, but it's like 24/7 and stuff. Oh, we're alive. Got no crazy minty. We have like very, well, I do, but it's on cooldown. It was really hard to cast for 8 hours straight when little progress happens. Yeah, it's a bit like running a stream and telling stories and also getting, yeah, it's pretty hard. Do macro smoke mine? No, I don't think you can. W split is one ace. Well, I do have a freeze flask, it's just on cooldown, or rather, not enough charges. And again, flask, very, very important to use. Flask is like the #1 thing that I always say like new players struggle with or don't like use enough or at all. Getting like really weird. I'm guessing that's Vulcan. Like I just saw like a frame of being back in like Act 8, which is weird. Did you guys see that too? Like I saw the Brian King entry zone there. Yep. Okay, that's weird. Those are shorter. Well, it depends if you have like cooldown recovery and stuff. You can get that. I think it is like 0.33 or something. I can't remember. Switches over me too. Don't think you would be able to probably macro. You would have to do a script, which is also against the terms of service. Been very, very tempted to get like 2 So at the moment, I'm using a PC that I got through Method for free, which is awesome. But I also want to get like an opposite setup. So like no part being the same and like AMD or something, just because of Path of Exile sometimes having issues with some hardware setups. I think that'd be really useful for as a streamer, because this Delirium League start, one of the worst times of my life. Just everything went wrong. Literally everything went wrong. So here with Groost, gotta be careful for the rain here. So you can go behind here, then you do have to be careful for the rain from the sky. Does do quite a lot of damage, and then just like keep moving, and you're generally not gonna take any damage the entire fight. But you do want to be careful there. Let's just continue. Alright, heals. Well, this thing AMD did pretty well. So for Harvest, I'm like hyped and not hyped. Was your toilet okay this week? Sorry, yeah. Although that was funny when my toilet stopped working. Bands. Right, let's see. Or blue. Be excellent. Please be good. Okay, please be good now. No, okay. Game hates me. Game hates me, chat. I'm very unlucky on items and stuff in general. Hey, Aphelion, what's up? Nice heals. You excited, Aphelion? Did you explain how Spellslinger works and how to pick up one in the beginning? Because I'm missing that part. Yeah, and I don't mind covering that again. So with Spellslinger, like, everything works. Increased spell damage, increased physical damage, flat physical damage, flat damage to attacks, and damage to spells. It literally all works. And that's because Spellslinger turns your wand attack damage into spell damage. So very, very easy. So what I have right now is pretty much best in slot for leveling. I could probably do maps with this. And you'll like just find one once you're in like the starter maps or whatever, or maybe while doing Blood Aqueducts. That'll probably be a bit of an upgrade. So obviously the tiers aren't that high, but as you can see right now we're like shredding everything. Oh, nice Coupang, that's awesome. How do you feel about the format even though it was very long? Why GMP? I'm using LMP just because I didn't have one alchemy to buy fire support. Fire support I generally prefer at the moment. Makes it easier to activate the Spellslinger. Yeah, you could instantly do Desecrate Volatile Dead as soon as you have the gems. Autopsy, thank you for the 3 months. Do you need to cap accuracy in order for Frenzy to apply the curse? So, yes, to actually apply the curse, you do need to hit. But that's not worth it. You don't really care because you're going to be, you only care about the curse pretty much for bosses, and then you're obviously going to be attacking multiple times, so the curse is still going to be on all the time. And we'll do Growth Cold now, even though we only have 1.6k life. We just have so much damage that the boss should be like down very quickly, and hopefully a very, very smooth fight. Now that we're level 50 as well, we want to start doing Val side areas. Well, why do we want to do those? Well, in Val side areas, later on, or maybe it's just in maps. Maybe it's just in maps still that like the normal monsters can drop corrupted items, but at least the chest, no matter what, every item from the chest drops corrupted. And one of the corruption outcomes on like chests, bows, staffs, whatever, items that it can have 6 sockets, is that it can be 6 linked. Now, this isn't something like you can't just Val a Shavs and then you'll have a 6 linked Val Shavs, right? But it will reroll everything on the item and turn it rare, and also 6 linked. That's one of the outcomes. It's like 1 in every 160 or something. But it is like fairly frequent. So I'd say like 1 every 30 to maybe 50 Val side areas will drop a 6 link. Don't have any like hard numbers on this. It's just speaking from experience. And then if you get colors that are bad for you, remember that you can recolor. Vald corrupted items in your crafting bench at the cost of Valdord. So that's zone level 50 and higher is what you need for 6 link. Yeah, specifically level 50. Skipped Val Impurity? I did. Does not matter right now. So as you can see, the damage is very, very smooth. You do still have to be careful for the spirits to shoot out. They do a lot of damage. Multiplicativity, I think I'm saying. Those are really nice boots. Lots of movement speed, but we don't have any length. Decent ring. No life, but we do get some res there. It's fine. I don't really need more gear. Even though all our gear is trash, we're still like, yeah, everything's going pretty good. 1.8k life now too, so now we're pretty okay. That's not always true, Ashmanel. That is not always true, my friend. There's another tell though. Well, lightning links right now is slower proj, controlled destruction. Right, let's continue. What would you put in 6ing if you were to get one? I can't remember. I think that's in the actual guide for this build. I can't remember now while not using one. I remember that I felt like I never needed a 6ing, so I didn't even farm a tabula on this for my league starter. I can't remember. Probably just more support gems. You can definitely crank in a little bit more. You could, for example, drop one of the spells and put more support gems on it. That's sort of the beauty of Spellslinger, is that you can just, when you don't have 6ings and stuff, you can just like put in multiple setups. You missed one Firefly. I did actually. You're right. Right, I'll go get the waypoint in the next zone and then go back. That's sad. I thought I had them all. Good catch. Kurt, thank you for the 27 months. This entire like VOD is going on YouTube, yeah, and I already have short build guides for this. Obviously not updated for Harvest. That's fair, Tubin. I see that. Well, I mean, there's usually always something you can improve, but there we go. There we go. Right, let's see. Boop. I thought he was a professional gamer. That's like the really beautiful thing about Path of Exile, is that even when you have thousands of hours in the game, you can still like learn things. What are you using with the smoke mine? There's no links on it. And then I'm using smoke mine and flame dash. So I'll like throw down the smoke mine and then detonate, and right after flame dash. The flame dash is on my second bar. Well, I'm gonna do Atlas progression on Tuesday. Wednesday? What day is today? I think it's on Tuesday we're doing Atlas progression. Oh, it's over there, I see it. There. Before level 50? It's not bad to do them before level 50 because you can get things like Vol Molten Shell, but I usually don't care that much until level 50. And like an example of something that would be nice right now, I could buy Molten Shell and Volet would probably be what I would use my Vol Orb on. I would obviously have to get a red gem, but that would make, that is a particularly good tip for Dodri. A lot of people can struggle with that. Whereas if when you get to Dodri, you have a Granite Flask and Vol Molten Shell, especially on a build like this where you have, so high damage, you can't die in those 8 seconds. There's very, very little that can kill you there, because then you have like, you're already 2k life or around there, and you're getting like 3,000 or 4,000 life from Vol Molten Shell. So, speaking of layouts, this is one of my favorite ones, and this is one that a lot of people get stuck with. So a lot of people will start running to the left, and they'll start clearing, especially this layout, and be like, oh my god, dude, this small city is so shit, I fucking hate it. Whereas when it opens up into a ledge like this, which is very frequent, this is a very, very common layout, you always just hug this here to the right. And now this setup, there's nothing quite like it. It always looks like this. So I'm now guaranteed that, I would bet you $1 million that we will find the correct entrance here. Imagine if it wasn't. So this is like quite a like nice layout because it's like basically right above it. So it's like a nice little pro tip there not to get stuck. Yeah, it's a very common layout. I like explaining it every time I get it. So I know it's a frustrating zone in particular for people. There, we got the skill point. Now, also I've forgotten to... Oh, let's just do Onyx. I don't really care about my amulet. Oh, cool. 60 life. Excellent. So now we're gonna go ascend, but before we ascend, we should have turned on Pantheons as soon as we completed the Bright King, and then I'm gonna put on Soul of Ralakesh, which helps me a little bit of against trap damage. It helps me against like the spinning blades. Now we're gonna do Cruel Lab. I probably still would right now. I would take Plaguebringer, even though I'm not using anything. So we're not getting much out of my Cruel Ascension right now because we haven't switched to DD Val. That's great. What you could do as well for 10 regrets, you could change Commander of Darkness into Corpse back then. But we're just gonna wait until Merklab with switching. So what we would do now. Like, you could wait with ascending, right? There's just like, it's just so easy right now, so I might as well. You could also take like Mistress of Sacrifice and start using offerings. But yeah, I would just take Plaguebringer. Yeah, I could buy the Baron support. How about 2 alchemies? This curses. So now it is Mace. Mace's arrow is the easiest one of all. Because that slam is incredibly slow and ideally you should never be hit by it. Now the Flame Dash is instant. It's very, very easy to avoid. Yeah, I mean, even if Spellslinger gets nerfed in the patch or changed, it's very, very likely that it's still going to be one of the strongest, if not the strongest skill still. So, wouldn't worry too much about Spellslinger being nerfed. Like, even if you say, like, 30% less damage on this spell, it would obviously still be, like, extremely strong. So... don't panic too much if your favorite build gets nerfed, is all I'm saying. Let's see. So we did get a 4 blue circle here, and I have a spare alchemy. I'm gonna throw that on it. Didn't get anything nice. I do have... I mean, I could use it. Nah. I'm just not gonna bother. Going on YouTube tonight. I think it takes a bit to render and re-upload. But, yeah, it should be up in not too long. You can already just, like, on Twitch watch the past Vault Killer. Thank you for the 18 months. Remove Spellslinger from the game. That's probably what should happen to Winter Orb. I think Winter Orb is probably the hardest skill for them to balance. Whenever a skill has that much power, even now where it is completely dumpstered, like there's no really good spot for Winter Orb to be in the game. Unless maybe you think now is a good spot for Winter Orb, which I think you could argue, because right now Winter Orb is like crazy on like an assassin headhunter character with like 200x, but it's kind of garbage, right, on anything else. And maybe that is what it should be. Maybe that is Winter being in a good state. I think it's just so hard to balance. And I think whenever a skill is too good, a lot of people argue that you don't need balance in a game like this. But whenever you feel stupid for playing other skills, then it's a problem for a lot of people. And in the league where Winter first came, a lot of people felt like, well, I could do this really cool like Vortex Frostbolt build with this really cool janky summoner. Or I could just play Winter Orb, which is better than any other skill in every way. Right? Like, there has to be like different reasons to use spells. So for example, this one isn't the best boss killer, whereas Winter Orb when he came out was just the best at everything pretty much. Even bosses was fine. Like, even with temp chains now, I should be fairly confident here in just like walking around and avoiding being hit. Because the mace one, he can't really do much. Like some of the auto attacks. Oh, I got bled. Oh no! Oh no! It's because I'm cursed with vulnerability. But yeah, normally it doesn't do that much damage. That's funny. That always happens. But yeah, normally pretty safe. This is really easy. So like the vulnerability there, and especially the temp chains making it easier to get hit, did make it a little bit more sketch there because like vulnerability makes you a chance to take big hits from bleeds. But normally Zara doesn't make you bleed, and normally you're not that slow. So when he is mace, just walk around and you're usually pretty okay. The auto attacks are probably not going to one-shot most builds you play. And the only thing that can one-shot you is probably the slam and the barrage, which are fairly easy to avoid. You almost weren't worthy. What made you bleed? The vulnerability curse from the totem. But you could also, like, if you weren't a cocky little shit, you could kill the turrets, providing the curse, and then you don't have to deal with them. So if you want to be extra safe, that's what you should do. Kirby, thank you. Appreciate the 8 months. And Killer, thank you for the 18 months. Appreciate all the support. Taking Equilibrium and using a Spellslinger, Fire, Cold, Lightning work for the axe? No. You never want to use Elemental Equilibrium on this. You do not. Probably already. Volatile Lead is like insane. I just really like art. I think it just feels really great. Things like moving around a lot generally feels pretty good. Now I have to be careful for the barrage. Aren't you dying? That looked a little bit close there. There, a bunch of currency, which we are pretty low on right now. No like unique one you really want for leveling. East Cool, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Appreciate the support. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the content. It does mean a lot. When I do Ascension, so yeah, right before our Kali, Crystal Veins, and then around level 65 to 70 after doing what you call it, Blood Aqueducts for a while. So you never, somebody asked, in terms of collecting map drops, do you think it's better to grab the most obviously valuable items while running, or to full-ish clear the map and then be more methodical in collecting things? So like you never ever, like for the sake of efficiency, I mean if you're having fun, there's no wrong choice, right? If you're having, being efficient and trying to do like whatever's the most best or whatever, then you never want to like do multiple portals and go back in for loot. You're just gonna grab a few things that are like most likely to either sell for a lot or most likely to be upgrades. So video on how to make currency, first day to release. Very outdated one based on measurement efficiency. I should make a new one like that though. Maybe need a new boot. Here, actually, become good. Not really. Damn. I mean, I could just craft shitty movement speed on those and they're better, and I can get my arc improved a little bit. It's very similar. Very, very similar to ED Contagion. In speed. There, that'll do for now. Okay. Ain't throwing lightning pen. I don't know if I want to 4-link it. We can see. Maybe I can. How do you know which blue or yellow ropes are better to vendor? Well, rares will sell for more than blues. But like, which specific stat? That doesn't really matter. Yes, go away. There. You know what? I really don't need bar support right now. I'd rather just have an actual blue shield. Doesn't really matter that much for what we're doing. There. Are we still res capped? We are not. We can fix that pretty easily. Let's go by controlled. No, not controlled. We'll do elemental focus. I don't really need to shock right now. I don't really care. I don't really care. Let's see. What did I need? I need craft lightning rest on something. Yeah, DDVD is normally what I do in game. Detonate dead, Volta dead, desecrate. There, we are back to being almost rest capped. Now we're rest capped. Like, the fact that you can get so much rest for one transmute makes it very easy to rest cap, and also why it's worth picking up. So now, as you can see, we don't have a lot of mana, but we're also not using a lot. Frenzy being level 1 as well, doesn't really matter what it's connected to, like, it's just generally going to be cheap. Generally going to be pretty cheap, which is great. Miner is extremely strong, especially if you want to do bosses of any kind. I hate playing mines though. Mines and traps generally, like, traps is okay, but mine builds, I'm like, not a big fan. Now you can see that the arc itself is doing quite a lot more single target as well. And yeah, we're just like running around shredding stuff now. Ball lightning and wave of commission is there for single target and wrapping things up. And then the arc is down for like killing like normal monsters. And quite a lot of damage to blues too. Very, very nice combo. So the ball lightning is now at 1176 damage per use. The arc is at 1.8. And the wave of conviction is at 4k. So they're all like packing a fairly decent punch. Let's do the side area. Because it would be nice to get a 6-thing as an example, which we've had a few times in the past. Always nice to like grab one while talking about it. Do remember the Val side areas. Decent amount of 6-thing. Now that there's elemental equilibrium here, you see that our damage is severely reduced. They're getting a shit ton of every resist. But I find out if I'm on the wrong path in a map, there is no really wrong path in a map. You should like be killing the majority of it. Like, there's not really any like zone reading. Most people will kill like 80% of the map. Didn't get one. Now, picking up sack fragments is really, really good because once you get to maps, you can put one sack fragment into a map, and what that'll do is open a rare wild side area zone. That all the monsters that are in the zone will have a chance to drop a 6-thing, and the chest at the end will also have a chance to drop a 6-thing. So it's a very, very easy way to, at the start of the game, farm a 6-thing, and there's a pretty decent chance that it's got like 70 to 100 life on it. Then you just gotta, especially if you're a build that's very, very like flexible with colors on the 6-thing, then that's like really nice. Like, there's some builds like, you're like, okay, I can use like hypothermia or control destruction and like switch between these things, and that's really, really nice. Oh, and apparently it's guaranteed nerf. Like, did they post that? I can't remember. I'm like always like, feels like super shifty. I'm always scared. Will there also be a guide for duelists? So the league, I haven't like decided on league starters yet until I see the patch notes. But I mean, I would love to do something like, for example, like Earthquake Berserker is something I hopefully want to do, or Ice Crash, or both. That's like one of the things I really, really hope will be worth making a guide for. So we'll see as soon as the patch notes are up. We will see. I do remember that like the path of buildings on other starter guides are usually going to be made with the old tree. Or not old tree, but like they won't always be like fully updated with gems and stuff. They're usually in quite late. Right, our Kali, she's really big, so Ball Lightning is like pretty powerful against her, because while Ball Lightning and skills like that, like Bladefall and stuff, is traveling like across her like massive body. Like, she's a fatty spider, you know? So like, look at that body. What are you doing? She's shocked. Hello? Game? Well, anyway, what I was going to say is that it's really nice that... What are you doing? It's really nice that, like, you get a lot of damage from Ball Lightning. You did too much damage? Hey! Big... Not like it's that much damage either. It's just okay. rest of the stuff is not bad. There, so like, yeah, the ball lightning helps do a lot of the damage there because it's so big. Henry, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate that. The game detects your unethical damage. Well, I mean, I guess it is pretty decent considering we're using multiple forlings and no crazy gear, but it's still like not that insane. You can instead on quite a lot of builds. Scripted bullshit fight won't let you win that easily. I know, like, I totally saved Silk there. I wonder how many players are like, fuck, I wonder if I can save Silk. Spoiler alert, you can't. So we're just like pumping more into life, which we've been doing the past levels. Now, if we look at my tree and like gear right now, right, as a quick thing, this is my gloves, this is my belt, these my boots, this is my ring, this is my other ring, this is my chest, this is my amulet, this is my shield, this is my helmet, and this is my one. Now this is dog shit gear, and if you're currently looking at that and going like, yeah, this seems completely okay, then you need to get better at gearing. Because I've like mostly like been focusing on the explaining part and also sort of flexing how strong this build is. Because it doesn't really need a lot of stuff. Now generally, especially in Delirium, we would have had a lot more currency so we could have alpha a lot more things. And you usually will have more too. We've been like throwing away some stuff that we shouldn't as well. But yeah, normally like everything should be rare and you do want to very, very quickly, even with this resist cap, right? Even with this dog shit gear. And like you said, we have like you see, we have very little life on things. So if we had life on everything, we would have over 3, maybe 3.3k life right now with this build and this much damage. Our wand is pretty okay. But this like goes to show a little bit how powerful. And this is why it's like fairly likely to be like something I will consider heavily for a starter, even if it does get nerfed. I think it's actually like, I feel like this is something, even though it's been like played quite a lot, I feel like both Volatile Dead or like any Spellslinger, it's just kind of, it's got a pretty fun feel to it and also pretty cool to watch. Like there are some like builds that people don't enjoy that much. They get played a lot, like Essence Drain. I'd say like, even though I've played like around the same of these, I'd say it's like fairly nice to watch. I thought all the indications was no loot potions at all, only crafting. Yeah, that's what I'm guessing. There's still going to be stuff dropping. So we'll see. Now remember, once you're in this zone onwards, you're starting to get a little bit more chaos damage and stuff. Not enough that you need to care much about chaos rest, but do start noticing that this is, in my opinion, one of the worst things about Path of Exile. Like sometimes you'll have like 5 or like 200 energy shield and you don't really care about the defense your energy shield provides, right? You're not gonna go like, my ES removed, oh no, I'm about to die, right? So you don't care about it at all. But that energy shield bar, like when I'm looking at my life, I'm looking here. But whenever my energy shield is in the way there, I can like, yeah, like I have no idea like what's happening with my life because it's pretty hard to see if you're not like paying a lot of attention, or maybe your sight is bad, like maybe mine is bad. So I think that's pretty frustrating. I would love to be able to have a toggle to either move the energy shield bar as the 3rd bar on top of my life bar. It's such a small change, it would add so much. Or just remove the energy shield bar. Oh, right, Nella. Just remove the energy shield bar. It would help me so much. And like, if I have like 2,000 energy shield, then I definitely care. I want to see my energy shield, and it does matter. But when it's 200, then come on, dude. Let me prepare against chaos damage more. It's a little bit frustrating and something you need to watch out for in Path of Exile. Good night, Foxy. Thanks for watching, dude. Coming up on Dodri here is one of the most dangerous fights, and I really want to make sure that my Granite Flask is fully charged. I also like don't really bother doing Alva much while leveling. It's not bad, it's a little bit dangerous and very, very easily to get blasted down when your defenses are low or when you don't have block in like a Jade for evasion. Just don't get ES then. That's not always a choice. Like that's not like, well, it's a criticism there. Like it's not exactly a lot asked to ask for like the quality of life of getting a bar above it. So with the granite up, you can see that she does very, very little damage to me, and I'm not particularly scared. I'm kidding a lot. Well, it's hard to tell with you. You're always kidding. Just stack Herald. Yep. I hope that gets properly nuked this patch. So I've actually avoided playing the Herald build. For those of you who are new and don't know what the Herald build is, it's the strongest build Path of Exile's ever seen. And it's like magnitudes stronger than anything else in the game. It is like completely obscure how strong it is. It breaks the game. You can stand AFK in all content. You virtually cannot die. And it has more damage than any other build pretty much. So it's like insane. We've never had anything this strong. Not even close. Not double dipping. Nothing else. I've actually avoided playing it because when you play something like that, it can very easily make the game unenjoyable for you afterwards. I've had that with builds in the past, like Winter Orb. Even, yeah. Friday the 19th is a harvest. Winter Orb was so much fun. It is too fun. It ruined the game for me. I still miss it. Right, so now here in Key, and I sometimes forget that I do this, but oh, Quartz Flask. Let's grab that. It's pretty decent. Flasks are like a really, really good way of defense in Path of Exile. Definitely important to use good flask. Quartz is like very, very nice because it makes you feel to like run very smoothly through monsters, and the dodge is great. Let's see. How does this? Right, here it splits. So here, if I go to the left here, I go to Clarissa's boyfriend, and if I go to the right here, I go to the Grain Gate. So we put a portal in between, then I save a little bit of time backtracking. So now, when I get to the Grain Gate waypoint, I go back to town and back down my portal, and then I save a little bit of backtracking here. It is actually a decent amount of backtracking. I'm scared of that. Just did Secker, now don't know what to do. Yeah. As I haven't played it. I have all the gear for it. Except voices. And I have like, I think I have like 50 simulacrums. So I'm pretty sure I would get a voices and an additional 50 simulacrums. And I have all the other stuff. Like I have 2 6-inch shabs, all the jewels, everything else except voices. Everything else is rolled. Just haven't done it. I just didn't want to like do it. These YouTube uploads are insane. Keep it up for all the yellow newbies. You're the best. No problem, dude. Glad you're enjoying it. Even if it's limited to 1, it's still insane. It's still gonna be insane. Should be limited to 0. It shouldn't be. Shouldn't exist. Too strong. So now we're getting a skill point from this. Then there's another skill point in Grain Gate. That's the cheaper version. I know, but it's still strong. Looking Good is like a hobo, but a sexy hobo. Want my voices? Nah, I like earning all my own stuff. Thank you though. And like, it's more the fact that I don't want to play the build. I have enough to both farm or buy one. I just don't want to play it. Boop. Goodbye. There. There's no like reason for me to destroy that. Vendoring it is better. Right, so we have a lot of life nodes now. We're going to go over here to get a few more. Going down here is better because we're going to be grabbing the jewel slot later. Yeah, maybe you do. Yep, I use Flame Dash right after smoke. We're using a Timeless Jewel for glancing blows in this run? No, I'm level 55 and I don't have a Timeless Jewel. Speaking of your content, any case you've been dealing with too much toxicity lately, thanks a lot for all you do for the community. I'm a new player of Delirium, and it's people like you that really make this game possible for new players. No problem, dude, and thank you so much. That's really sweet. Ooh, that's a nice ring. So again, like life and resist generally what you want on the majority of your items. Hey, Noogie, what's up? Generally what you want on the majority of your items. So now we're just going to rush through Act 8. And once we finish this, we're pretty much done with this playthrough. I do want to try to do some faster. Everything explains. But it is kind of like, it's already hard to get a ton of knowledge in and like explain everything. I'm trying to like prep more content for the future everything's explained to you. Because obviously these have been a little bit YOLO. I just want to try to like, you know, I know a lot of people are bored waiting for Harvest. And that there are a lot of people who do quite like longer content right now. So I've been trying to make these to like help tide people over a little bit to Harvest while also providing information even though it's not super organized. Here, Noogie, I got karma'd so hard. Do you remember how I said like, hey, what was the reason between you choosing or to quit hardcore? Well, I died to Val on this run. Well done, yeah. Feels bad, dude. There. But yeah, so for those of you who've been watching so far, I'm sure you can understand why like, it would be very, very tempting for me to go this as a league starter. I will see a little bit, like Ice Crash looked really fucking cool. I would love to be able to go melee. I just, you know, I don't really believe that a two-handed melee skill is going to compete with things like this. Just because of the way it scales, so it needs so much more gear. And while it is cool, it seems more something like a second or third character, more to play around for fun, or maybe a boss killer. Val Earthquake, though, could be really fucking juicy, to be honest. Could be really good. Do you keep barrage support after you get the corpse back? Yeah, I generally use Frenzy and barrage support all the time here. Melee won the level 100 race in Delirium. Oh, it didn't. Steel won the level 100 race in Delirium. He was a Herald build, I think. Steel was last very glad. Was he? Ah! I'm mixing things. Last very glad. That's still dual wield though. And that's what I mean, like, two-handers, which is like the main focus of this league. I don't see it. Yeah, it was the China Racer I was mixing. He had a shield? Okay, well, one-hander. You're ruining me, chat. You're ruining me. But still, like, generally as well, that's, like, generally not dying and going at a very consistent pace. Like, somebody not dying on, like, AD or Spellslinger, fairly likely to be a lot faster. Obviously less tanky than some builds. Still won because all the miners died. But yeah, generally what I mean is it is not going to be whatever gives you the best chance to do it. So, this boss as well, fairly simple. Just run around, dash through him when he puts the flame thing on you. Most bosses, all about just movement, and obviously a lot of it is also knowing what abilities they do. I'm gonna go do a quick stretch, and then we are gonna wrap this up by rushing through and killing the Twisted Sisters. They used to be close, you know? Spell Lightning actual that good? Yeah, this entire setup is pretty great for leveling. Pretty great for leveling. There, we're just gonna get more life, because we don't have a lot of life on our gear. We don't need more damage, we're more than enough. I will be right back. Oh my god, I've actually seen the bounty paper towel ad. I wonder if they make ads that cringe or that bad just to make people talk about them. Is it the one where they're like streamers? Web connection? Added lightning, elemental focus. I should use twisted lightning. I'll switch now. That's the one. Oh, it's so cringe. It's so cringe. It's insane. I don't think I could. I don't know, dude. Like, I get that they get paid a lot of money for it, but that is, I don't know how I would keep a straight face. It like, yeah, it like, I could feel my stomach curdling. It's like drinking alcohol and milk. Nice. Thank you again. Let's thank you for the $3 donation, dude. How much would you do it for? I mean, an ad doesn't really harm anyone. I don't really mind, but it's like that. I mean, like a Twitch ad, I wouldn't. That would be great. I wouldn't mind doing it. I mean, well, I mean, I'm pretty like selective on stuff that I specifically show on my stream. Yeah, let's do thing for the 8 months. Bailey's and milk actually pretty good. Yeah, it's a bit of a nerf for like league starters, but not in game. You're using thingies. They're not that big a deal for ED. First for toxic maybe? I don't know. Not that big a deal. Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, it really is an ad. It really is. It really is. I did not sub in. Cold gaming. Sorry. Also, we're like getting towards the end here. I'll try to turn down some more tips before we go. But yeah, I love ads. I think it's like so cool. Like smart ones and good ones and well done ones. So like I hate when I see bad ads. I mean, like some are like intentionally bad to make you talk about them, but well. Is this game pay to win? Most people are going to tell you no. I'm going to tell you sort of. Not pay to win in the traditional sense, like, you know, World of Tanks or something like that, where you can buy any advantage for money. You can basically buy some quality of life. So instead of making like more accounts for additional stash space, you can buy additional stash space. And it does end up being a bit of an advantage, but it's more similar to buying the game. It's very much more similar to buying the game than pay to win. Like, for example, you can't put like thousands of dollars into the game and get like gear or an advantage or anything like that. It is all just about like storage space. So you can, it's pay to be a hoarder. And then like everything in the game, like updates and everything like that, is completely free to play. Like, especially if you buy it during a sale, then it's like 20 to 50 bucks to get like the majority of the tabs you need, or all of the tabs you need. And other than that, it's just pay to look pretty. Like, I'm not wearing any microtransactions right now to make my character look cool. Pay for fashion? Yeah. But, and the game has like, I would say you can easily play like 20-30 hours without needing to spend any money on the game. And then you can see if you like it. Then when you get to the end game and you start like, maybe you've hoarded a bit too much, then you can like, yeah. But yeah, in the start, you don't need to. You have a favorite cosmetic? Hydra set, probably. I recently purchased all the tabs with 4 upgraded tabs for 38%, for $38. Oh, cool. Yeah, so $38. That's not bad. It's like play or buying a game. And that's all you're ever going to need to spend too. They do like, well, that's not true, because they do like add more and more shit, and they seem like pretty reluctant to like give more free tabs, which is something every time I talk to the devs, I'm like, add more free tabs for people. The game started with 4 free tabs, and while it's like the most like value you'll ever get out of a free to play game, it's still like you know, they could give 1 or 2 tabs more as an unlock thing. Now should we progress until Spellslinger? Just watch the start of the VOD, it's all explained in this. It is all explained. I bet they add more in PoE too. I bet they don't. I bet they don't. Now we're gonna go towards the Lunar's Temple. Especially when we're at this power, like everything's going to be a breeze. We don't technically need to stay in Blood Aqueduct and grind levels there. I still would, because there's no point in rushing directly to maps. It doesn't really give us anything. Whereas like leveling up for a long time, especially as a spell build, means that we were literally going to kill Katava in a matter of seconds. And like the Act 9 boss and everything like that. Now, some of these have been really, really good to grind Harbor Bridge instead of Blood Aqueduct. Delirium being one example. And not just like while it was like a little bit bugged and overtuned in Harbor Bridge, but also just the fact that like Blood Aqueduct is so long and the humility drop rate has been nerfed quite a lot, and a lot of builds don't need a tabula for starters. No problem, Quantum. Arcana with the 22 months. Good to see you, dude. Good to see you. Thanks so much. In Harvest, short layout equals great. Hopefully, we'll see. So we'll see. Maybe Harbor Bridge is going to be better in Harvest and then like running straight to it. We'll find out soon. But it's just like important to mention that it's not always just Blood Aqueduct that is the go-to. Because it can be obviously, yeah, annoying. And it is a lot more dangerous. Blood Aqueduct is a lot more dangerous than Harbor Bridge. Now we're just gonna run here, kill this boss. Incredibly decent single target for something that's set up for clearing. And again, like, our gear, pretty shit, as you all know. Growing Gate during Metamorph? Yeah, Growing Gate was great. There, we have 3k life without life on the majority of our items. We have some decent rings, and that's about it. Nice ultimate. Fucking magic builds, yeah. It is a little bit too strong while leveling. And that's why Ball Lightning is going to get nerfed. Well, I mean, the thing is, this has been viable. Like, I used to use Cold Snap as well. I didn't use Ball Lightning for a while. But they've, like, nerfed Cold Snap. So it doesn't, like, bypass the Frenzy Charge cooldown. So that's a little bit sad. Because there's a lot of other spells that are viable with this as single target. Fireball would probably be fine as well. Like, you can honestly just throw in a couple of spells. Right now, Spellslinger is so strong. It probably could do with a bit of a nerf. It does like overshadow a lot of other playstyles. I think it'll still be pretty much just as strong, even if it does get nerfed. But we'll see. We'll see soon. So, Twisted Sisters coming up. This fight should be a breeze. Decoy Totem helps a lot here. And I'll explain the boss fight a little bit. So I usually start with Solaris here. She's going to start off firing at her sister. She's dead. Then I run again in circles like I've demonstrated before. Teleport behind her. And then you'll see she'll charge up. That charge is like very, very linear. It doesn't do any like shooty, explodey arrows to the sides. I'll wait with damaging now once I've done her and show the move that you need to be a little bit... Ooh! That can be a little bit harsh, but usually when one hit you can on a crit though. There, now, let's wait. That move, when she like puts her trident down, then you need to run behind her. And you do always need to watch out for the moon one, because the moon one that comes down from the sky, whenever it like meets, like there in the middle, there it can very quickly burst down a character. Because there's so many things shooting on you. But as you see, like it is very comfortable. You just need to be a little bit like observant on the skills. But yeah, don't stand in the middle of that. Try to run like bottom left away from it, and then it is generally pretty okay. I'm gonna pick up the Divine Life Flask here because that's the next tier of flask that we want to jump to. We have bubbles, and we can just like instantly pop that up, and then we would roll either bubbling or seething. Ideally with freeze immunity or bleed immunity. And then bubbling or seething. I would take any bubbling or seething though, but ideally those. Now, do remember, if you do roll instant recovery with no suffix, whatever you do, don't use an Orb of Augment. Go find some beasts and then add, well, I usually prefer heat, but staunching is fine as well. So staunching is bleed immunity, and heat is freeze immunity. Delirium and Veritania makes like heat immunity and an instant blast a little bit more annoying. But yeah. So this is normally where I currently end my everything explains at the moment. This one was a little bit faster than the melee one. It's hard to go a lot faster. I know I talk a little bit too much shit about random things that aren't particularly relevant, but it's hard to not do that sometimes when I'm doing such a long stream. So as you can see, like, this is really nice for farming Blood Aqueduct. You're very quickly clearing it. Now we could level up here for a bit and then switch to Volatile Dead Desecrate, or to switch now and then Volatile Dead Desecrate gets really nice once you have Corpse Pack. And those two nodes, obviously, that you use skill gems like Hypothermia and stuff, because any corpses will chill all the monsters around them. Isn't Freeze Immunity better on Utility Fast? Sometimes. I usually prefer Bleed on Utility Fast, because Bleed kills you more often than Freeze does. And seeing as I'm a streamer, I look away from my monitor a lot. And Bleed has killed me in the past. Like that. That's why both me and Steel, a lot of the time, until especially Delirium, would have always Freeze Immune on our life loss. But Delirium changed that. Anyway, Furion, thanks so much for the 13 months as well. So we're going to end the Everything Explained here, but I do want to remind people that on Tuesday the 16th at 10 p.m., I'm going to be continuing and Everything Explained from either the Melee one or this one. No, maybe this one. This is more fun than Melee, but we'll see. And then go all the way to maps, and we'll be explaining everything from like here to maps. And also talking about everything to do with the start of like your Atlas and gearing your character while waiting for patch notes. So yeah, and then tomorrow, basically 13 hours from now, I'll be doing another stream where it's just going to be a Q&A, like anywhere from 2 to 4 hours. As long as there is questions, I'll probably be there. So if you have anything that was missed during this, or you have questions even about this, drop by then 13 hours from now. So that's 4 p.m. BST on the 15th. I don't know if even this video will be up on YouTube by then, but we'll see. So yeah, thanks for watching, and try to die less than I do.